Hello guys, we will be doing a computer build. This is for a customer. He's actually my uncle and he wanted me to build him a desktop computer. His budget was $1,000. Now, he wants a computer because his old computer is outdated and insecure. I don't know how old his computer is, but last time I've been out there, it was running Windows XP. So it's probably a really old computer. Now, his application use was stocks, doing trading and stuff, and just casual web browsing, such as eBay, watching YouTube, getting on Facebook, checking email, stuff like that. So he asked me, what do you recommend? Well, I say at least $1,000 for a computer. You really don't want to go any lower than that. And on this build, we were able to hit the $1,000 price point. I think we actually ended up around $960. Taxes and everything, it put us about $31 over budget, but very close. When it comes to building computers, especially custom builds, there's so much involved that $1,000 is pretty tight. Now he already has a monitor and a keyboard and all that other stuff. So all he needed was the actual computer itself, the desktop. So I compiled a list, and I will tell you all the parts as we unbox them and take a look at them. So the first thing that we have sitting right here is the case. I went with the Corsair Carbide 200R. Now this case is a mid-tower case. Like I said, he's not going to have a whole lot going on. You know, this isn't a gaming PC or a workstation, so you don't need a big full tower case like the 750D. So a mid-tower case will be just fine, be easier to transport, and not take up as much space as well. So we don't need a big case. So this is the Corsair 200R, and it's only $65. Now, the reason I went with this case is because Kerry Holzman, he's another tech YouTuber. He's been in computer repair for probably over 25 years now, and he highly recommends this case. This is basically his go-to case. And when I was looking for cases, especially when you're talking sub $100 cases, because when you have $1,000 price point, you ain't got much money to spend on a case. But usually when you go cheap, the actual build quality is awful. To put it in layman's terms, the build quality of cases sub $100 is usually very cheap and flimsy. So the reason why I went with the 200R is if Kerry Holzman swears by this case and uses this for all his client builds, it has to at least be decent quality for the price. So $65 is pretty cheap for a case. So I've never built in this case before. I've never seen it in real life or anything, so I don't know the quality of it. So I will determine that today, and if it's a decent case for a mid tower application and for the price, I will recommend it here on out for builds such as this. But let me be the one to determine the quality of it. So it's kind of a gamble, but not really because Kerry Holzman swears by it. So we're gonna see what we think about it. So let's go ahead and unbox this case, and it doesn't take up much space. I actually have to record this video downstairs because there's so much going on in the family. But I have to use my dynamic microphone, the EV ND76. So sound quality might not be as nice as my Neumann, but in the basement there's usually a lot of noise and stuff. So I'm gonna use a dynamic to help attenuate that. So let's go ahead and prepare the unboxing. Now I hate that styrofoam stuff. You gotta be careful when you're doing computer builds because that styrofoam stuff will give you a lot of static energy or whatever. You know how it'll start making your hair go fuzzy. And when you're building computers, that's the worst thing you want is you don't want to have static energy. So I'm gonna have to touch a few metal things and try to discharge any ESD I've occurred from that styrofoam. So I'm gonna push that styrofoam, keep that styrofoam far away from me because that stuff not good when you're working with electronics. So that's actually the worst thing you want to be dealing with when you're working on computer builds, ironically enough. So I'm gonna make sure that I am fully discharged before I start actually touching any PCBs or anything. So I got it unwrapped. I'm going to go ahead and flip it up the right side. Sometimes you have to have the case upside down to get all the stuff off. So there we go. We have the case fully unboxed. I noticed the top looks like there maybe should be like a filter going over top. So I'm going to have to check to make sure that we're not missing anything. Looks kind of weird on the top. But on the side we have 2 fan intakes on the side if you need that for a GPU. We won't need that. The case, build quality wise, for $65, it's not too bad. The metal's not as thick, but it's not as flimsy as you'd think. There's a little give in the metal, but it's not like dirt cheap. It's decent, especially for $65. In the back panel seems solid, so the actual build quality so far doesn't seem too bad. Probably a little better than pre-builts. So on the front, we have 3 optical drive bays, 2 USB ports. I'd like to see 4, but $65 you can't expect much. You have your headphones and microphone inputs there. Well, headphone out, microphone in. A reset button, which I don't like, that'll be disconnected, and you have your power button, which it just blends right into the case, so it's kind of hard to tell it apart for a new person, but hopefully they would realize, hey, that's the power button. This is all solid, so the front intake comes in from the sides. I'm not a big fan of that. I wish it was kind of like the 750D, where this was open, where the fan can suck in air a little bit easier. So it's having to rely on the sides. But for $65, what can you expect? So I'm going to go ahead and turn this on its side or whatever, and go ahead and open it up and take a look on the inside. And we're going to start doing some case preparation. We didn't order any fans because this is a budget build, $1,000. Can't be affording to replace fans. So we're going to stick with the default case fans. I believe there's one in the front, one in the back, and I believe they're both 120 millimeter. Be careful when you're messing with thumb screws. You don't want them to go flying on the floor and lose them. So I'm going to set this side panel just out of the way somewhere so we're not tripping over it or doing any damage. So we can now see the inside of this PC case, the 200R. There is also an additional, looks like maybe like a 140 millimeter fan that can go on the bottom, but with no filter. This is a bottom power supply install, and it does have a fan filter for the bottom power supply. No fan filter for the bottom fan, though. Same issue on the 750D. Come on, Corsair. Make that power supply filter go across the entire bottom, like on the Fractal design. And as you can see, we do have space for, looks like 4 3.5 millimeter normal hard drives. And it looks like we have caddies for 2.5 inch SATA SSDs. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the accessory box, which they almost always put inside one of the hard drive caddies. So there's our accessory box. So it'll just include all your case screws and stuff like that. So we have the front panel umbilicals right there. We have a back case fan, looks like 120 millimeter. We have a front intake fan, probably 120 millimeter. So we have 2 fans. That will be more than enough for this build. This build will not have a discrete graphics card, so we'll be using onboard video. So we won't have to cool much inside this PC build. So first thing that we're going to go ahead and install PC prep, case prep wise, will be the optical drive. So for the optical drive, we went with a Lighton iHas 124-14. This is the best drive for ripping CDs, digital audio extraction. Also, we'll do DVDs, dual layer DVDs. This is a budget build, so it's not going to have a Blu-ray drive or anything. So these optical drives run about $20, so well within the budget. So we have $65 case, $20 optical drive. So we're going to go ahead and install that. That will probably involve, well, we don't have to remove the front bezel, but we'll probably have to pop out the optical drive cover. So this one, unlike the 750D, which just has 2 clips that you pinch and push out, this one basically you just push it out, just poof, like almost like kind of like punch it out, and there we go. So I'm going to go ahead and slide the optical drive in. Usually these are just slide and click in. It does have screw holes, so I might screw it in there. I'll have to look in the accessory box to get the screws for it, but pretty self-explanatory. So you're going to shove it back maybe 3/4 of the way, and then you'll have a clip on the side. I don't know how well you can see. You'll have a clip on the side that you'll have to push out and then keep pushing, and it clicks into place. Well, it's supposed to. Oh, you have to line it up and then push this in. You have to line up the screw holes. There we go. Sometimes you just gotta finesse it, but now it won't push out. The optical drive's installed. I like to screw them in just to go the extra mile. Don't be cheap about it. So I'll go ahead and pull the screws from the accessory box, and we'll go ahead and tack this in, screw it in. There might be screw holes on the other side as well, so I'll take the back panel off as well. So sometimes the easiest way to identify which screws are which is just look at the quantity counts from the manual. Usually all the different screws will have different quantities. So we have ODD/SSD. ODD means optical disk drive, which that's what these are. These are here optical drives. Optical meaning, lasers involved, which would be CD, DVD, Blu-ray. So this one has a quantity of 12. So I just look in these bags for whichever bag has 12 screws, and those will be the correct screws to use. But I think I found the screws. I'm going to go ahead and try to screw in this optical drive. So I took the back panel off. There is space for 1 screw in the back for the optical drive, so I'm going to go ahead and secure it on the other side as well. Here's a tip. If you have screwdrivers and stuff, you have a bit set, get one of those magnetizers to where you magnetize the bits, because if the screw's not magnetized, and these screws are really, really tiny. They're really small. They're hard to work with, especially if you don't have a magnetized bit, because you're basically trying to just hold that screw in there, and that screw drops on the floor and goes rolling. It's so tiny, you're going to end up losing it. So I'm going to get that final screw in, and we'll catch up after. Okay, so I got the final screw in. Of course, right when I turn the camera off, and it screws right in. It's always when the camera's rolling, things don't want to go well and just, eat up time on the camera. So that should be it as far as case preparation. Like I said, we're going to stick with the default case fans because, like I said, we got to stay within budget of $1,000. And adding case fans, that will add additional money that we don't need. Those are a luxury to have, Noctua fans and stuff like that. It's not necessary. The default case fans will be just fine. Plus, as far as thermals and stuff with this computer, like I said, it's going to be kind of like a basic desktop to do browsing websites, watching videos, checking email. This guy's not going to be gaming or doing any video rendering or workstation work or anything like that. So default case fans will be fine. We have one in the front, one in the back. That's really all you need is intake and outtake. So next thing that we'll have to do is I like to knock out the motherboard, install the CPU, the RAM. The bad thing is we do not have the RAM yet. We have all the other parts, but the RAM is delayed. So we can't fully finalize the build. We'll have to wait until the RAM comes, but we're going to do as much as we can without the RAM here. The RAM's shipping all the way from Idaho, and I'm in Ohio, and they use UPS, and UPS takes about a week to ship from Idaho to Ohio. And it's been, 9 days now? So, yeah, UPS kind of dropped the ball there. I believe it's UPS Mail Innovations. So I'm going to go ahead and set this case aside. We're done with the case for right now. Let's start getting into the motherboard and installing some of the components that we do have, and then installing the motherboard into the case. So for the motherboard, we went with a Gigabyte H470 Aorus Pro AX. This motherboard cost, let me see here, $160, and it does have Intel NICs. That was a requirement. It does have a PS2 port as well. So if he does have an older keyboard or, older mouse or whatever, I believe it is a combo jack. So those will be able to hook right up. It also has built-in Wi-Fi. So you have the antennas out the back, and it will be 802.11ax, because hence the name Pro AX. The AX means the Wi-Fi, onboard Wi-Fi. So if he doesn't have Ethernet available in his room, we do have the Wi-Fi functionality available. Although I don't recommend using Wi-Fi on desktops, I recommend connecting to Ethernet, but you got to be versatile like that for customer builds. You got to make sure maximum compatibility with whatever their environment and setup is. So this motherboard, I generally prefer MSI boards, but MSI on the cheap end has Realtek NICs, and MSI is kind of like a more expensive brand. So my second best brand to go with would probably be Gigabyte. I don't really recommend ASRock or EVGA. Asus would probably be my third choice, but Asus has kind of rubbed me bad in the past, so that's why I kind of avoid them. So let's go ahead and unbox this motherboard and start installing components into it. So there is the motherboard. It has been unboxed. Generally, how I like to handle motherboards is like to handle them by any heat sinks, or maybe the I/O on the side here. This right here, or any heat sinks. I try to grab onto something like that rather than actually touch the board itself. And you can set the board safely on top of the box. The box is not conductive, and we can work on it here. So I'm going to go ahead and get you guys a better view, and we're going to go ahead and start installing some of the components. Well, the only really components we can install right now will be the CPU, a new BIOS battery, and then we can install it into the case. We can't install the heatsink on it until we have the RAM, because we want to make sure we have proper clearance for that. So I'm going to go ahead and replace the BIOS battery. I recommend doing this with all builds or any computer repairs I do, just because you build a brand new computer and stuff. You don't want the BIOS battery dying in a couple years or whatever, because you don't know how long that this motherboard has been sitting in a warehouse, or so it's always just good practice just to replace the BIOS battery with a fresh one, just to for any new builds or computer repairs. Plus, it also gives it a chance to wipe out the OS with default settings. I mean, it should have default settings by default, but it's just a good practice. So here I have an Energizer lithium. I do recommend lithium batteries, and these batteries you can buy at any store, Walgreens, Walmart, Target, whatever. They're CR2032s, and it's going to be the same for every single motherboard. Now, to get these batteries out, there'll be a little just a little retention clip type thing. You just take a small flathead screwdriver, and you just push in on the lever and lift up, and the battery just pops out. Generally, you're not supposed to touch these batteries with your fingers, because your finger oils can like degrade the battery life. It's a pretty moot point, though. You can wear gloves if you want to, nitrile gloves or whatever, if you're paranoid about that, but I've never had a problem with that. Be very careful. You don't accidentally slip. You don't want to apply like pressure down or anything, because you slip and you apply pressure, you're gonna end up breaking your motherboard. You don't want a screwdriver bit going through your motherboard or anything, or breaking any traces or breaking components off. So just be very careful with doing this. Like I said, it's pretty simple. You just push that lever in with a small flathead screwdriver, and then as you're pushing in, basically the end of your driver will be pushing the battery up and popping it out at the same time. You gotta be careful, because there will be like a little contact at the bottom. You don't want to accidentally get the bit caught on that and be pulling that up and breaking that trace. So if you don't know what you're doing, or you're scared to do it, don't do it. Have somebody do it that has done it before, but it's pretty straightforward and not too hard. Now, do make sure on the new battery you peel off the cover on the bottom of it. Otherwise, the battery won't work. So as you can see, that was very simple. Probably one of the simplest sockets I've worked with. There we go. BIOS battery has been successfully replaced. I'm going to go ahead and throw the old battery in the trash, just because I don't know the health of it. I don't really want to take a chance with them. I just pop in a new BIOS battery, and they're really dirt cheap. You can get like a 2 or 4 pack of them for a few dollars. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to install the CPU. Let me go ahead and set this aside so you can actually take a look at the CPU that we picked out. The CPU that we went with on this build is the Intel Core i5-10400. It's a Comet Late version, the 10th generation. 6-core, 2.9 gigahertz. It's going to support this board because this board is an LGA 1200 socket. This has a nice low TDP of 65 watt. A lot of these new modern CPUs are going to have lower TDPs because of the actual transistor size is a lot smaller. I believe this is 14 nanometer. So obviously the smaller the size of the transistors, the more they can fit, and also the better power efficiency. So the smaller and smaller they're able to get the transistors, the lower the TDP, the better performance type of deal. So these are very efficient when it comes to power. 65 watts. And the performance of this is actually not bad at all. It's going to be more than enough for his application. I believe the pass mark score was like 14,000. I'll overlay the passmark score of this CPU. It's definitely not a slouch. You could do some gaming on it. It's obviously not going to be ultimate gaming or anything like that, but it is definitely a decent CPU, probably better than most pre-builts. So this also has onboard graphics, Intel UHD graphics 630, and this CPU costs us $180. So once we add all the components up, which all these components for this build, the entire list will be in the description with the costs, and everything comes out to $1,000. So I'm trying to get the best bang for the buck for $1,000. Try to get the best performance and try to maintain quality where quality has to be the best. And some stuff where we can cheap out a little bit better without having to worry, we're going to go a little bit cheaper on some things. But on some things, you don't want to go cheap. You want to have good quality. So the CPU, it's more of a mid-range CPU, but has pretty decent performance for the price. So let's go ahead and install this CPU. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and install the CPU. Got a nice close look here. If you haven't installed a CPU before, be very, very careful. This is basically the most delicate part of the install because you have pins, you have a grid array. That's what LGA stands for. It stands for Land Grid Array. So if you bend any of the pins, which there's going to be thousands and thousands of pins underneath this cover, that's why it's protected. If you bend a single pin, the motherboard's completely toast. Your computer is basically a goner because there's no way you're going to be able to repair that, and even the manufacturer will not RMA it. They will reject it if there's bent pins. You gotta be very careful with what you're doing here. But when you go to actually unbox your CPU, I recommend you do it on the side that has the factory seal, and don't do it the one that has all the well, I know it's blurred out, but you kind of get the drift, right? You don't want to cut the side that has all the serial number and the batch number and all that. Use this side. Make sense? Now this does include a cooler, this CPU, the default Intel cooler. We're not going to be using it. We probably could have got away with using it, but I really don't recommend using the default cooler. Maybe on i3s, it'd be okay. So I'm just unboxing the CPU. There's really not much to see. It just has the cooler in the big box, and it has the CPU right here inside a plastic thing. Now, when you're handling the CPU, you always want to handle it from the edges because, as you can see, you have all these gold contacts. You touch any of those, CPU is probably going to be toast. You also, it's a good idea to touch something metal, kind of ground yourself. So I'm just touching I'm both hands. I'm just going to tap the case a few times. That way, if I had any ESD from that styrofoam, boom, it's been discharged. Whenever you start messing with motherboards and messing with the RAM, CPU, stuff like that, it's probably good to discharge your stuff. You can wear an ESD strap, but you don't have to as long as you are just cautious and discharge yourself before doing anything. So I'm now going to go ahead and prepare the socket. So I'm going to remove the cover. Got to be very careful. It just pops up. Now, very important, keep this cover. Put this back in the motherboard box. Don't lose this cover, because if you go to sell the board or have it RMA'd or whatever, you want to put this cover back on, unless you're selling it with the CPU installed. You definitely want to have this cover. So keep that cover. That is not something you throw away. You keep the CPU cover, that little plastic black thing that goes over the socket. Put it back in the motherboard box. Keep the motherboard box. Trust me. So now what you do, you can see the pins exposed. You do not want to like hover over it with like your head, like look down at it or anything, because particles from your hair, dandruff, whatever can fall and get inside those sockets, and that is just enough to cause some damage. And it might not necessarily bend pins, but you don't want to get any debris inside this socket. So while this socket is exposed, we are in mission critical territory. You don't want to leave this socket exposed for too long. So you don't want to store something with an exposed socket either, because dust will accumulate. You don't want dust to get in that. That is very, very bad because you can't take canned air to it, because just the pressure of canned air or an air compressor or whatever will bend the pins and damage it. So don't leave this socket exposed for very long. We're only exposing it because we are in the process of installing a CPU. That should really only be the time that the socket is ever exposed. So the next thing you do is you just unleash or unlock the lever. You just press down and you push out going right, and then you pull the lever up and you keep pulling it up. And as you can see, it will lift this. You take your thumb and you push the lever fully open without touching the socket. Now the socket is now fully exposed. We're going to go ahead and take the CPU out of the plastic enclosure. When you're handling the CPU, you're just going to hold it kind of like you're pinching the outside edges. You are not going to touch the bottom at all. The bottom is the side that has all the gold pin arrays. So you don't want to accidentally be having your thumb on the bottom or anything. You're just going to hold it by the edges. And to install this, there's going to be a little triangle. I'm trying to locate it on this one. Oh, there it is. It's very, very, very tiny on this. But there will be a little gold triangle all the way at the tip. You won't be able to see it on camera. I'll have to overlay a picture or something. And you have to match it up with the triangle that's on the board. As we can see, which you probably can't see because you're at the opposite angle, there is a little white triangle that indicates the orientation the CPU goes in. You will lay this CPU, well, obviously you have to take out the plastic, and you'll line it up, the gold triangle, with the triangle that's on the board or on the socket. On this case, it's on the board right outside the socket. So the triangle is actually right here. So it's in the lower left-hand corner of this board. I'm going to go ahead and now install this CPU. So I'm going to take it out and I'm going to hold it in the proper orientation by the edges. And I'm going to go ahead and place it in there. You don't push it down in. You don't drop it down in. What you do is you'll hover it maybe just a couple millimeters, maybe 1 millimeter above the socket, and you'll gently release. It's not like a dropping action. It's more of just a setting, more like a setting in place. Because if you drop it or if you push it down, you're going to break pins. So you got to be very careful when you do this. It's very simple. All you got to do is just place it on there nice and gently. No pushing action at all. Like I said, if you don't know what you're doing, haven't done it before, you're scared to do it, don't do it. Have somebody do it that knows what they're doing, that's done it before. I don't take any responsibility for any damage or any monetary losses you incur. Do it at your own risk. Thank you. There we go. The CPU is now set in the socket. As soon as you place it in the socket, you can give it a little wiggle from left to right, top and bottom, and that will just boop, make sure it's fully laid in there. Because sometimes you might have an edge it's sitting on the edge, on one of the edges slightly, and it's not like fully laid into the socket. You just give it a little wiggle. You can see they have these little bumps on the side, so you can just give it a little wiggle, both left and right, and top to bottom, and it will fully sit in the socket. That is fine. The little wiggle won't damage any pins. Just be careful. So now what we got to do is we got to put the socket back on. Or I should say the retention lever. So you just lay it down behind the screw. And then you start pulling down the lever. And as you can see, this little clamp or whatever goes underneath the screw. There will be a lot of pressure as you push this lever down. But you'll push the lever down, and then you'll move it going this way underneath the locking mechanism. So you push down. There will be a lot of pressure. Don't be afraid of the pressure. You might have to go this way a little bit and then go that way. Make sense? So just watch carefully. There we go. The CPU has now been successfully installed. I do recommend closing this so dust doesn't get it back in it, and keeping this little CPU plastic holder, putting this back in the CPU box. That way, if you ever have to sell the CPU or whatever, return it, you can properly put the CPU in a plastic container. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to install the motherboard into the case. I had to adjust the camera angle and put you guys on the other side. That way, I don't have a camera in my way when I'm installing the motherboard. I have to make sure I have enough clearance. And plus, I have to put the camera up so high so it can get like an overhead shot. So if I just bump the camera, it's very likely it'll tip and break. So that's why I can't have a camera in my way. It's got to be on the other side. So you guys are going to actually kind of see this kind of backwards. I might be able to flip the video. So if you guys see it, if you guys see the orientation normally, well, that's the magic of video editing. So if I'm able to flip the video around so it's not backwards, awesome. But we'll see. So the first thing we got to do is make sure everything's out of the way and there's nothing in the way of the motherboard when we set it down. Next thing is I do have the back panel off, but you usually want to have it on. But make sure your table is clear. There's no screws or anything left around, because when you place this down, you don't want anything that's going to touch the back of the motherboard and damage it, or leave any residue or whatnot. So this table is fully cleaned off. It's clean. It's clear. So the back panel is off. That's fine in this case. Usually this back fan connector gets in the way, so sometimes you just have to kind of tuck it out of the way. You can't push it out the back because you got to have that clear for the I/O shield and everything. The great thing about this motherboard is it already has looks like it already has a built-in I/O shield. So installation should be pretty easy. Usually when you install motherboards, you have to pull out the I/O shield from the motherboard box and pop the I/O shield in on the back of the case. Don't have to do it in this instance. Makes it a lot easier. Next thing you gotta do is you gotta make sure that the screws, the standoffs, which are usually pre-installed and you just have to unscrew them and move them, make sure those are in the right positions for the specific motherboard that you are installing. So you'll have to refer to your motherboard manual and maybe even the case manual to see where these go. But usually on the case itself, it will tell you. You'll usually have A, M, stuff like that. M means micro ATX, A means ATX. It'll actually say on here, but actually this case does not have markings on it by the standoffs to tell you. So you have to basically kind of know. So that is the first con I've seen of this case so far. Is it does not have markings by the standoffs to indicate the various locations. That's not a good thing. And actually, I don't even know if these standoffs come off. These might be soldered in. Yeah, maybe they're just really tight. Okay, I'm going to look at the case manual and see what it says regarding the standoffs. We could just hover the motherboard over and see if all the standoffs line up. So what we have is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't see any other standoffs that are interfering with anything. What you don't want to have is you don't want to have a standoff that's not being used that's just sticking up, because that will touch the back of your motherboard and it will short something out. Okay? Now, maybe if the motherboard manufacturers are really smart and they think, well, we know all the locations where any standoff would be for any type of motherboard, micro ATX, all the different sizes. So we designed the board to where those locations there's a grounding pad or something like that. But I would doubt that. I would be very cautious and just make sure you count all the standoffs. The standoffs are the screws that are sticking out of this bottom. See right here, these are standoffs, including this center pin one that's not threaded. That's normal, so you're gonna count that too. But count all the standoffs. The standoffs are the little screw threads that the motherboard screws into. That's on this bottom chassis. Count those, and then when you hover the motherboard over, make sure the number matches up. Okay, if it does, all the standoffs are in the right location, and you're not going to have an extra standoff that's sticking up that's going to short out your motherboard. You got to be very careful when you install this, because If you have that situation, one of those standoffs that's, not supposed to be screwed in, you're supposed to unscrew it and remove it, um, sparks will go flying and it will damage your motherboard. So I'm going to go ahead and hover this motherboard over. I think this defaults to ATX. Most cases will default to standoffs. They'll automatically have them installed in the case, and they'll default them to ATX because most motherboards are usually ATX. This does look like an ATX motherboard. It just looked a little bit smaller compared to my workstation motherboard, but it might be the same size. It looks about the same size. Maybe it just has less going on. So I'm just going to hover it over and make sure we have the standoffs. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's the same thing it shows on the case manual, as it shows nine screws, 9 standoffs. So I'm just going to hover this over and make sure we have 9. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, it's going to match up. So you just set this in here. You line up with that center screw. You line up the back I/O panel. You have to look in the back, line it up, and make sure all of the screw holes are showing. I might have to go get a little flashlight or something just so I can check to make sure I can see the threads on each screw hole. And then I'll go ahead and screw this in. We'll have to consult to the accessory box of the case and look for the motherboard screws and screw them in. But it should be okay. I'm gonna go grab a flashlight and just something so I can get like a better look, and we'll see what we can do. So I got a flashlight and I'm just looking at all the screw standoffs. This is a crappy flashlight. Sometimes you have to just smack it to get a better battery connection. I need to buy a new flashlight. Anyway, I'm looking at each standoff. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And they all line up. I can see the threads just fine. This one's a little bit off center, but it looks like it'll fit okay. So I'm going to now locate the motherboard screws, and we're going to screw this motherboard down. I also looked at the back I/O, and everything lines up with the case. This was actually probably one of the easiest motherboards I've installed. It's really nice when they just include the I/O shield on the back of it. They just install pretty much flawlessly. You don't have to worry about getting the motherboard lined up with an I/O shield and make sure all the ports are going through the hole and not bending and shit. So that was great. All motherboards should have a built-in I/O shield like that. So that actually installed lovely. So let me go ahead and get the screws and we'll screw it down. I'll go back to the so the motherboard screws, there's going to be 18 of them. They match with the hard drive screws. So I located the screws, got the right driver for my screwdriver. So I'm now going to go ahead and screw the motherboard down. You just screw in the, actually it's going to be 8 standoffs. You're going to have 1 center tap, which doesn't take a screw. So I'm going to go ahead and screw these down. When you screw these down, you just want to screw them down snug. If you do them too tightly, 1, you could damage the motherboard, break some traces. 2, you can strip and break off the standoff in the back. I've actually had that happen one time. So you just want to screw these on snug. Obviously, you don't want them to be loose. You want them to be on there a little tight, because this is going to be holding the motherboard, which is going to have all your components on it, onto the case. It's going to take a lot of weight, right? But you don't want to put them on there too tight. And plus, you don't want to strip any of the threads. Strip a thread, motherboard's basically married to that case. You know what I'm saying? You can't take the motherboard off unless you get some bit and try to bust out the screw, but you're right next to a motherboard. That's, you could damage the motherboard. So you gotta be very careful when you do this. You just want to screw them on snug. So that's what we're gonna do. And what you do is when you screw these down, you just screw them in a little bit, maybe 3/4 of the way. or not 3/4, about 1/4 of the way. And then once you have all the screws on, then you rotate between them and then you screw them all the way down. Makes sense? So don't just screw one all the way in. Start by putting them all in first, get them about 1/4 of the way, and then go back and forth on all of them, and then, tighten them all the way down. Make sense? Awesome. Another thing to note is, especially on these bottom standoffs, you're going to be right next to a bunch of little headers. You gotta be very, very careful you don't accidentally cam out with a screw and hit one of those headers and bend those pins. So just be cautious, and if your screwdriver is like mine to where the bit can fall out, just hold on to the bit while you're lifting up on the screwdriver when you're removing the screwdriver. But just be very careful with it, okay? Because this stuff can be delicate. So when you're messing with these bottom standoffs, you want to make sure you're not going to hit any of these headers. So just be a little bit careful. Another thing to note is this has a shroud around it, which is lifted up. So if the screw falls out of the socket, it can get stuck underneath this thing, and you'll lose the screw, and you're in big, big heap shit. So if you don't have a magnetized bit, be very careful. It fell out of the socket, so I had to use needle nose pliers to pick it up out. Don't try to attempt to get it back in the socket with the screwdriver, because you could accidentally end up pushing the screwdriver underneath this, and it will be game over. So be very, very careful screwing in this screw if you don't have a magnetized bit. That is something I'm going to just put on my fucking list and get it bought. The bit magnetizer. You just run your screwdriver bit underneath of it, and it magnetizes your bit, so you can pick up screws and stuff. That is something I'm going to put on my list because I need that. But be very careful with this one. Got her. That one was hard. Had to come at this way, hold the screw the entire way, and then slowly just get it in that socket and get it in. But of course, didn't screw it all the way down yet. Like I said, you want to make sure all the screws are in first. Plus, if you start screwing one of the screws all the way down, if one of the threads, one of the sockets is slightly out and you can't get a screw in, you have to unscrew all the other screws so you can readjust the board. Makes sense? So don't do that. Screw them all down once you have all the screws in. Another thing you gotta be careful of when you're working on these edge screws, a screw can actually, if it falls out of the socket, it actually end up falling underneath the motherboard. And if you get a screw that starts making its way underneath the motherboard, you're gonna have problems. So be very careful. It's actually probably a good thing that I do have the back panel off, because if a screw falls like in one of these holes, it's not gonna get stuck underneath between the back panel, and you're not gonna lose a screw. You just lift up the case slightly and pull it out from under the table. So that is a good thing about having the back panel off in this case. But on this edge, the screw almost, when I was screwing it in, fell out of the socket and almost went underneath the motherboard. You have to be very careful when you're messing with these screws. It's almost like brain surgery, I think. Well, maybe not that far. Plus, you guys don't realize that sometimes when you're being filmed and you have a camera, the camera equipment and all the audio equipment can be in the way, so it makes it a little bit harder to work. So that's also another limitation when I'm doing these videos, is this camera is kind of like in my way a little bit, and sometimes I have to block your view, which I do apologize if I end up blocking your view, but it's just because I have to utilize that angle in order to get a part in or be able to screw a screw in, just because the other angle that I have available doesn't really give me the best vantage point, if that makes sense. So all screws are in. Now I just have to fully tighten them down and make sure they're snug, and then the motherboard will be installed. Then we'll start doing some of the connections. The front panel umbilicals, which will hook up your power button, your power light, your hard drive activity light, your front audio, your headphone jack, your microphone jack, your front USB, and then we'll also hook up the front fan and the back fan. Fans are going to be the easiest, and then we'll also apply cable management as we go. Another thing is when you actually go to tighten them down, make them snug, it's really important to have the correct bit. So just play around with the different bits you have to see which one makes the most secure connection. Yes, there'll be a few bits that are able to screw the screw in, but some of those bits will end up stripping the head of the screw. You do not want to strip the head of the screw at all when it comes to this, when it comes to a motherboard, okay? So when you're tightening them, be very cautious when you're doing it. Don't over tighten, or don't tighten to where you're starting to feel like you're starting to cam out, or the bit's starting to pop out a little bit, or starting to strip the threads. You got to have a feel for it. That's why never use drills or those automated screwdrivers or any of those things. Use a manual screwdriver when you're messing with anything computer related, because you use one of those, you are going to end up stripping bits. Or not the bits, but the heads of the screws, I mean. You do not want to strip the bits at all, okay? You gotta be very careful. When I screw these in, I make sure that the screw looks pretty much brand new, as far as the threading of the screw and the head of the screw, I mean. That way, if you have to unscrew the screw or rescrew it in or tighten it, you can do it. If you strip the head of the screw, you can't unscrew it, you can't tighten it more, it's damaged, and you're shit out of luck. So you gotta be very careful when you do it. So this bit, I might not have the exact correct bit for this. Usually, sometimes when it comes to computer equipment, they won't use a Phillips bit. People can still use a Phillips bit because it still screws it. You might have to use a JIS bit. So I'm going to look at my JIS bits and see if those have a better secure connection. Okay. So my iFixit toolkit, or my bit set, has JIS bits. They'll usually be labeled. They'll start with a J, where the Phillips heads start with a P. Like I think this bit that I have now is like PH. Yeah, it's PH1 is what I'm using right now, which is Phillips. So I'm gonna try like JH1 or whatever it is, or JIS1 or whatever. But I'm gonna try a JIS bit on these and see if I get a little bit better, firmer connection, because I feel like as I start to tighten them down a little bit more, it's starting to just barely start to strip. Like you feel like it's starting to wear away the threading or whatever. So I'm gonna try JIS. So I'm gonna try a J1 bit, which should be a JS bit. It seemed like it had a little bit more firmer connection. So there we go. all the screws have been put in snugly, and the motherboard has now been successfully installed. So that wraps up that part. Next part we have to do will involve the hooking up the front umbilicals. All those cables will go on the front panel connectors. Actually, a lot of these motherboards, they have like a fast connector where you can plug everything into like this little connector, and then you plug this connector into the actual board itself, usually with like a certain polarity, of course. So I might use this. It's the Gigabyte G connector. Makes it faster. Although I have heard some reports that this adapter can sometimes be finicky and end up failing. Hopefully that's not the case. But I don't know. I might just connect them straight to the motherboard just for reliability's sakes. If it's not too complicated. This is usually one of the more complicated parts because you have to make sure the polarity's right, and you have to. Usually it's labeled on the board, but usually the board's kind of harder to read, so you have to get out the motherboard manual and take a look at that. And then connecting the fans should be pretty straightforward. These look like they're probably voltage mode fans. So you'll want to plug these into a voltage mode header. Although on a lot of motherboards, the fan headers can actually switch back in the BIOS. You can switch them to be voltage mode controlled or PWM. On some motherboards, you can do that to where they can act as either or, which is nice. I don't know if this board does that. I'm seeing on all these fan headers, they're all 4-pin fan headers from what I'm looking so far. Which means they'll be PWM most likely. That could be a problem. PWM will mean that the fans will run at 12 volts, which means the fans will run at 100% all the time. We don't want that for the customer. That will make it noisy for the customer. There should be an option in the BIOS to voltage mode them. We'll get to that. I'll have to pull out the motherboard manual when we install the fans. So let's do that next. Let's go ahead and pull out the manual and let's connect the exhaust fan and the intake fan to the motherboard. Okay, so I went to the manual on page 15 to look at the fan headers, and we do have 4 fan headers. They're all fan headers on this motherboard are 4-pin, but it looks like it can do both voltage mode and PWM. So we're going to go ahead and plug this exhaust rear fan. I believe it's 120 mil. We're going to plug this into the sysfan 1 header, which is located conveniently right there. Okay. So even though this is a 3-pin fan connector, it will plug in to the 4-pin. You just match up the polarity of it. It'll be notched, so you can't plug it in wrong. And then for the front intake fan, there should be a fan header over here. Yes, we have sysfan 2. That is right here by the power. Okay, so now that we have the motherboard installed in the case, what we are going to do now is we are going to go ahead and connect the exhaust fan and the intake fan. Now, these were the included fans in the case, as I mentioned. Since this is a budget build, $1,000 total, we don't really have money to swap out the fans and upgrade them to Noctuas. So the fans that are in it will be sufficient, especially because this is just going to be pretty much kind of like a normal desktop computer. Like I said, just web browsing, emailing, watching videos, that type of deal. No gaming or anything crazy. So I did pull up the manual, and on page 15 of the manual, all the fan headers on this motherboard are 4-pin. So these included fans are 3-pin, but they should be compatible with 4-pin. Now, usually 4-pin means that the header is PWM, and when you have fans that are 3-pin, that usually means they are voltage mode controlled. So if you plug a voltage mode control fan into a PWM header, the fan will run at 12 volts all the time, which means the fan will run at 100% all the time. You don't want that. That's not ideal. So since this motherboard, all the headers are 4-pin, they probably give you an option in the BIOS to switch certain headers to voltage mode. So it's probably like a toggle in the BIOS to switch between PWM and voltage mode for each specific header. So hopefully it has that. If it doesn't, the fans will run at 100% all the time, which isn't ideal. You'd have to look into like something like a fan controller, and of course, that's kind of out of the question when you're dealing with a budget build. You don't want anything unnecessary. So that should be something in the BIOS to work with. So we're going to plug this rear fan into the sysfan 1 header, which happens to be like right here. You're not going to see it, but at the top of this like big ass IO shroud thingy majigger, which I don't know why they make that so big, but oh, that's probably for like the VRM cooling, heatsink for the VRMs. Okay, anyway, you're not going to see it on camera because it's next to impossible to even get like a look at. I might be able to shine a flashlight on it a little bit, and you might be able to see the 4-pin there. I will include an overlay picture so you can have a look at what I'm looking at. So I'm just going to go ahead and connect this fan to it. Now these fans, they include these little crappy twist ties, and these twist ties, they actually have a metal core. So if you have any of these, completely remove them and throw them away, and replace them with plastic zip ties. If you keep these twist ties, I don't know how well you can see that. See this twist tie right here? If you keep that twist tie, this outer coating can wear away, and you effectively have metal, and that can short out a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to remove that twist tie and just get a tiny zip tie, which actually the case included a couple of them, and use a zip tie instead. So the fan header is going to be right here. So we will have to wrap all this up and zip tie it. But get rid of any twist ties. The same thing with the well, you can't see it on camera. I'll show you later. The same thing with the front panel umbilicals. That uses a twist tie as well, and those are they have a metal core, which can short shit out. So replace any of those with a zip tie, or I think Canadians like to call them zap ties, but I call them zip ties. So I'm going to go ahead and connect the exhaust fan and replace the twist tie with a zip tie. Now I'll replace the zip tie. I have these little micro cutters, which are really great for getting in there and cutting zip ties rather than fooling around with scissors, which can be a pain in the ass. Now I'm going to connect this front intake fan. This also has a twist tie, which will need to be replaced. And this, I'm going to connect this to the other sys fan header, which is right here by the 24-pin power. And that's also a 4-pin PWM/voltage mode, I believe. So we'll be able to adjust in the BIOS. But I also do zip tie for that too. So both the fans are now hooked up. Now what we got to do is we got to do probably one of my least favorite parts. This involves the hooking up the front panel umbilicals. That'll be your power button, your front USB, power lights, hard drive activity light, audio connectors. So that will be fun. Now, a lot of cases will have a reset button. I highly recommend you do not connect the reset button because sometimes somebody can accidentally press that and that instantly resets the computer. Not a reboot, that's an instant reset. Not good. So, and plus, it's kind of unnecessary to have a reset button because you can hold down the power button and that will kind of like force the computer to turn off. But I highly recommend you do not connect the reset button on computers because sometimes that can accidentally get pressed and cause a lot of damage, data loss. And sometimes that button can go faulty and your computer, you'll notice your computer just randomly fucking shuts off or restarts or something. And it actually ends up being your reset button has gone faulty or one of the cable for it has gone faulty or something like that. So I recommend you just don't connect it up. So I usually just tuck that away somewhere else and just zip tie it in the back. So this you'll need to pull out the manual. Now, as I mentioned, this did have the that quick connector where you can plug all the stuff into this little adapter and then plug it in. But I've heard sometimes those can be a little bit flaky and sometimes those can fail. So for reliability purposes, it's probably just best to just plug the connector straight into the motherboard. So we'll have to refer to the motherboard manual. And let me see if I can find the front panel connectors. So on page 19, we have F_panel. That's the front panel header. And that will show us everything we need. We have power LED, power switch, speaker, which I don't think this has a built-in speaker. By speaker, that usually just means a little beeper. So you get post beeps and error code beeps. Some cases will have that. This case probably, I don't think this case has a little speaker. But a lot of the times there'll be a little speaker built in onto the motherboard, so it's kind of redundant. Hard drive activity light, reset switch, which we're not going to connect. You have a chassis intrusion header. That's if you have a little button on the side panel of your case, and if somebody opened up the PC, it would throw an error for you, so you know somebody's been into the computer. That's not going to be on this case, and usually that's used for corporate environments. And then you have your power LED. So we have to locate the F_panel header on this motherboard, and we'll undo this big ass twist tie, and we'll throw this twist tie away because these twist ties, as I mentioned, they can give you some problems. But we have all of our front panel connectors or cables, and we'll hook them all up. You're also going to have USB 2.0 and USB 3.0. You're going to have to locate those headers as well, which those are easy to find. They're pretty standard. Usually what I like to do with these cables is just pull them all out the back, and then like um, separate them a little bit. You know, kind of clean it up so it's not all, you know, all a mess, and then just feed one cable through at a time and connect them. That's usually how I like to do it. I wish they would just like make just a standard single connector you just plug in across the board. I wish all the motherboard manufacturers would just get on board with it and just do it, because these front panel connectors are always so stupid. So the first connector I'm bringing through right now is USB 3.0. This will go into a USB 3.0 header. Looks like it's going to be right there, but there might be another one. So I'm going to have to locate that. So right here, we have F_U32 on page 20. This is a USB 3.2 Gen 1 header. We also have our USB 2.0 headers. That's F_USB1 and then F_USB2. I don't think this has two USB 3.0 headers. I think it just has one. Yeah. So it has front panel, front audio, USB 2.0, USB 3.2. Yeah, so it looks like it only has one USB 3.0 header. Yeah, okay. So that's going to be USB_U32, which sometimes it helps to have a flashlight so you can look next to each header. So since I have the flashlight, I can look at each USB header, and this one says F_U32, and that would be our front USB 3.2. So, and this is notched, so it only goes in one way. Okay, so I got the front USB 3.0, 3.2, whatever the fuck they want to call it. They have so many revisions of USB, and they have 50,000 names for the same revision. So, yeah. These can be a little tricky to get in there. You just got to take a flashlight and make sure that it's all the way level. And of course, that will be one of the first things we test as well. As we'll make sure the front USB 3.0 header or ports are working as well. And we'll just shove the slack through and we'll cable manage it later. So I'm gonna go ahead and push something else through. This looks like the HD audio. Yep, HD audio my ass. I wish there's somebody to just hold these cables out of the way. Ugh. So now I'm pushing through the front audio connectors. And this will be, let me find the page. Right here, F_audio. This is your front panel audio. So I have to locate on the board F audio. It's usually on the left-hand corner on boards. Yep. So we have F_audio right over here where I'm pointing the flashlight. And another good thing is right inside the port, it'll say what it is. It says audio. And of course, you only put it in one way, so just be careful. You'll notice that there will be a pin missing, and you'll have to look on here to see which one it is before you just shove it in there. So the pin missing is on the bottom on this. So we just match it with so. So this will go like this. So there's the front audio connected. Simple as that. So I went and got zip ties. I'm going to go ahead and zip tie these two thick connectors. Usually the front audio and the USB 3.0 cables are going to be usually the thickest for your front panel. So I'm just going to pull these through and zip tie them onto the back with the cable management ties on the back. Well, the cable management hooks, I should say. So after a lot of work later, I was able to get all the front panel connectors connected. What I hate about these cases is they make it a single small wire all the way back to the front board. They don't put them all into one cable and then break them out at the end really nice and clean, so you have thousands of tiny little wires going everywhere, and it's really a bad design. It really is. So you have to basically zip tie all those cables together all the way down the line of the cable to basically make it one nice cable, and then you got the cable management, that cable. So it's a nightmare. Them front panel connectors are always a shit show. But the back does have those cable hooks, so you can zip tie cables down to it and try to do some cable management. Of course, it's always going to look like a bloody nightmare on the back, but it doesn't look too bad in the front. Once we have the power supply in and I try to clean up some of this, what sucks about this case is it does have these big cutouts for the cables, but doesn't have like the shroud or whatever that covers it. So it kind of makes it all like apparent, so you can see all of it, which isn't the best. I mean, this case will have a side panel on, so you're not going to even be looking at it. But yeah, not the best idea there. But yeah. So I guess the next thing to do would be to install the power supply. Get that bad boy installed, connect the motherboard connector, the CPU power connector, and then connect up power to the optical drive. And then we'll pop in the SSD and hook the SATA data up to that and the SATA power up to that. And then on out, all we'll have to be waiting on will be the RAM and putting the heatsink on. And it should be ready to go. Install Windows on it, up to the BIOS, install drivers, install the software you'll need for a productivity computer, and that should be it. So let's go ahead and get on with the power supply installation. So for the power supply, I went with a Corsair CX550M, and let's see what this cost us. So this cost us $85. It's an 80 plus bronze. The reason I went with this power supply is, one, the cost. Stays within budget. Since this is a budget PC, it's not like we can be putting a Seasonic Prime or anything crazy in it. So this is a Class B power supply. So it's still not like a knockoff. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. So it's a grade B power supply, which is going to be perfectly fine for a computer like this that's not going to really have much going on in it. The reason why I went with 550 watt is, one, the lower power supplies generally cost, or the lower wattage power supplies generally cost about the same, and two, upgradability. Down the road, if we do plan to upgrade this computer and install like a graphics card, say later on down the road he's like, hey Victor, I would like to game on this. Okay, we throw a graphic. We can upgrade the computer and throw a graphics card in it, and we don't have to worry about the power supply because we'll have some headroom for it. And it's always good to have a little bit of headroom. So 550 watt is pretty ideal for here. Now, if you weren't having a discrete graphics card in here, or if you were having a discrete graphics card but it was like a lower end one, you could probably get away with 450 watt. Any lower than that, and you're kind of pushing the limits. Plus, you don't have a whole lot of headroom, and plus, those power supplies cost about the same as these ones. So, might as well go 450 or 550. 550 because if we do upgrade this computer with the graphics card, it's probably going to be a more nicer graphics card, like a 3070 or something like that. But that's later on down the road if he does decide he wants upgrades done. We don't have to worry about the power supply. So let's go ahead and unbox this power supply and install it. It is semi-modular, meaning it's not fully modular. The motherboard connector and probably the CPU power are going to be built on, and then SATA power and PCIe power will be optional, which is nice when you're dealing with modular because that means you don't have to put unnecessary cables in your computer anymore. You just put the cables you need, keeps it pretty clean. And since there's not going to be so much going on in this build, there's not going to be a whole lot of cables. It should also be noted that this power supply has a 5-year warranty, which is also a good thing. Of course, Tier A power supplies like Seasonic Primes have a 12-year warranty, but 5-year warranty, especially on something that's not going to really see a whole lot of load, not bad. And this is a component that you don't want to cheap out on. When it comes to the budget build, there's some parts you can get away with cheaping out on, and there's some parts where can't take any compromises. Obviously, we can't go full Seasonic Prime, Tier A class, because that would put us way over budget. I mean, those power supplies are at least $150, $200. Can't be affording that on a budget build like this. This power supply is about $85. Whereas the more cheaper power supplies, the more Tier C and D ones, those generally go down to like $30, $40 to $50 range. That's getting too cheap, and that's where you're starting to have quality control issues. This is a Tier B, $85, so still not taking too much chunk out of our budget, but this is one of the components you do not want to cheap out on, is the power supply. So we didn't make too many compromises here. Like I said, Tier B. Another component you don't want to cheap out on would be your storage, because that is what's going to hold all your files in your operating system. You don't want to be losing data by having a hard drive or SSD failure in a couple years, and then you lose all your data, all your programs, your operating system. You have to reinstall, do data recovery. Hope to God you have a backup. So that's another component you do not want to cheap out on. That's why we went with an 860 Pro Samsung SSD. No compromises there. So this, of course, has those crappy twist ties again. We'll be undoing any twist ties and throwing them in the trash. And any cable management we will do, we'll be using plastic zip ties. Now this power supply is installed in the bottom. And some people do not know how to install these power supplies. You install these power supplies where the fan is getting intake, preferably where there is a fan filter. Usually this Corsair logo on top of the fan usually has like a cover over it. Looks like it doesn't. So if it has a cover over it, peel it off. But this one doesn't look like it has a cover over it. So this case has a bottom power supply installation, and it has a fan filter. So this fan will be facing downward. Makes sense? This part right here will be facing outwards. And of course, your umbilicals facing inwards. So I'm going to show you guys the polarity that this actually goes in. You don't put it in there like this. Why? Because the fan is sucking in hot air from your computer and blasting it out. You want to be sucking in cool air. And that's why you have a fan filter at the bottom, because any intake fans should have a filter. And luckily, this one has a filter on it. So I'll show you how you install this the correct way. There it goes. So there's a little hump on the bottom, which can make it a little bit tricky. You just push it up under the hump, and you push it back. Fan sucking in from the bottom. So there'll be screws on the back, which you probably can barely. Oh, you can make it out a little bit. There's screws on the back. You want to make sure you line them up, and you want to screw into the actual screw threads of the power supply, not the intake or the exhale. Not exhale. The exhaust fan grill. You don't want to be screwing into that. You want to be screwing into the threads on the power supply. Lots of people screw it into the grill. Now, I prefer to use the screws that they include with the power supply because generally they're a little bit better than the case ones. And plus, they generally are going to be black, so they'll match the case. If the included screws from the power supply are silver, you can use your case screws because usually the case will include the black ones or whatever color the case is to match. This case, the screws that they gave us are black, so I'm just going to use the power supply screws that were included with the PSU. Get it in there a little bit on each one, and then what we'll do is you're going to push outward on the power supply while screwing in. There we go. Power supply has been installed. Now we just got to connect it all up. So as for cables, they give us the 24-pin motherboard, and then they give us 8-pin CPU. CPU will plug in up here. That's another thing. Before you ever install a heatsink, always install your CPU power connector to your motherboard. Otherwise, you put the heatsink on, you won't be able to access it very easily, and you will be struggling. Now, when it comes to motherboard power, there's only going to go one way. There's going to be a clip, and basically what you do as you push it in, you rock it back and forth like that while pushing in, and it'll fully get seated. You take a flashlight, you look at it, make sure it's flush all the way on each side. Sometimes one side will be you'll have a slight gap. You can't have that. Make sure all sides, check all 4 angles. Sometimes it's hard to see. You need to get like a little flashlight or something so you can see a little bit better. Get in there, check all angles, make sure it's fully flush. That way you have full contact. Another thing is you're going to want to make sure you hear a little click. Because you hear that little click. That means that hook has engaged onto that and it's latched in and locked and loaded. That's what you need to make sure. Now we got to do the CPU power. Okay, so now I'm going to try to do the CPU power, but I think we got a problem. So my Corsair power supply, the connector for the CPU power is too thick to make it through the little cutout that they have on this Corsair case. My Corsair power supply can't go through this Corsair case. That is not good. This was supposed to be a really good case. They should have made that cutout just a little bit bigger, because I cannot get this connector to go through there. Damn, son. Which that will mean I'll have to run it up across the motherboard behind the heatsink, and that is not going to look very good. And that's not going to be ideal. How am I going to do this? because they have a cutout right behind the motherboard at the top here, which you probably can't see very well on camera. I probably have to give you like a rear view. But this CPU power connector is too thick for the cutout. Yeah. And this is usually a standard size. So that means all power supplies are going to usually have the same size connector. So how did that work before? How did they expect this to work? Corsair power supply connector does not fit Corsair case. I may have to stop the video and go do some Googling, see if this is a common issue on the 200R. The CPU power cutout, not big enough for a CPU power connector. That's not good. That is not good. That is going to look sloppy. Yep, I'll be back later, guys. Let me go do a little bit of Googling. Maybe look on a couple Reddits. And yeah, we'll see. So we're back. I figured it out. Yep, quite a few people have had this problem before too. If you're able to split apart the 8-pin connector for PCIe, or not PCIe, for CPU power, if you're able to split it into 2 4s, some people say if you're able to split it, it'll go through a lot easier by just feeding one of those at a time and feeding the second one rather than the entire 8-pin. Other people suggest pushing inward, right on the base of the case where the cutout is, just giving a little push to kind of make a little bit more clearance for that little connector on the power connector, and then it goes through. So I actually just gave this back, not the actual motherboard. You don't want to touch the motherboard, but I gave this just a little push. You don't want to push too hard because you don't want to end up bending the back plane or anything. Give it a little push, and then the connector did come through. Come on, Corsair. Make that cutout just a little bit bigger for 8 pins. Considering 8-pin CPU power is pretty much the norm nowadays, that is a con of this case that I found out. So I found a couple cons. Overall, I think the case is a pretty solid case, build quality wise, especially for the price. I can see why Kerry Holzman recommends it, but it does have some cons. The CPU power cutout needs to be bigger. All these wire cutouts need to have shrouds on them instead of just being completely open like that. I think that makes it look nasty for cables and stuff. The bottom fan needs a filter. This top, you guys should see this top, and I will show you guys later. I don't think it has a filter that lays on the top. It just stays open like this, and I think that's not very good. I think dust can easily make its way in here. So I definitely put something on top of this. That just doesn't seem ideal to me. It should have a filter on the top, kind of like how the 750D has that magnetic filter that goes along the top. They need to have a filter like that for this. You could probably buy one. If I dig around, there might be one. So if there is, I'll overlay it. But yeah. Other than that, I think it's okay. I mean, we haven't done too much yet. We still have to put the SSD in and, install the heatsink. It does have a cutout for heatsink installation, thank God. Otherwise, you'd have to install a heatsink before you install the motherboard. But it's an okay case. Not too bad. I'd probably use it again, but it does have its cons. So let's go ahead and continue connecting the CPU power. Once you get this connector through, good luck getting it back out. That's not good. That's not good, Corsair. I push in, try to make some clearance. And this Corsair power supply, this connector for the CPU power, it's not able to separate. It's just a solid 8-pin. So that's not good. Not good if you're working with this case. Ay, ay, ay. So hard to see inside these fucking. Okay, so I got the connector installed, took a flashlight around it, made sure it was flush. It's in there. Don't know what to think about that. So I'm going to go ahead and get some more zip ties, and I'm going to go ahead and cable manage the motherboard power and the CPU power. Then we will install the SSD, connect power to that, connect SATA data. Also, we got to connect power to the optical drive and SATA power for the optical drive. Something I've also noticed is on the back, you do get the cable management hooks, but they're only along this side. They don't have any in the center, which would be nice. They had a little bit more cable hooks in the back to zip tie stuff too. Don't have too many anchors. Only have them along right where the cable inserts go in and out, really. Don't have any in the center. They had a couple on the 750D, which made it nice, so you have stuff to clamp onto. This one, they don't have that. Don't really like that. But yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and install the SSD. For the SSD, as I said, this is an area where you do not want to compromise. This is an area where you want to make sure you have something that's going to be reliable and not fail in a couple years and you lose all your files and have to reinstall your operating system and all your programs and your settings and try to restore from a backup. Hopefully you have a backup. Yeah. If you're dealing with customers, if you're doing a computer service business, you don't want to get that call from a customer saying, hey, my computer doesn't start and I lost all my data. That's not good. So even though this is a budget build, this is an area where we are not going to compromise. Everything else in this computer can be upgraded. The RAM can be upgraded. The CPU, we can throw a GPU in there. Throw a Blu-ray drive. Upgraded Noctua fans. All that stuff can be easily upgraded without having to worry about transferring files or recovering anything or any of that bullshit. When it comes to storage, whether it be a hard drive or SSD, you can't really upgrade those easily. You have to do an imaging or copy it over, and it's a hassle. Reinstall the operating system. This is an area where you cannot make compromises. Just like on the power supply is basically the heartbeat of the system. You want to have a power supply that's going to be reliable, provide clean power, and not fail in a few years. You cheap out on your power supply, one, the least worrisome thing that can happen is it'll fail, and you have to buy a new one. You know, your computer won't turn on for a few days. And if you're doing business, you have to have a reliable computer that's not gonna fail on you. Worst case that can happen with a cheap power supply, burns down your house. Happened several times. So don't cheap out on the power supply. Don't cheap out on your SSD. Now, the reason why I say SSD is because I do not recommend hard drives. I only recommend hard drives for data storage, such as NASs or something where you need to store a lot of data. For your programs, operating system, I recommend SSDs. And I would not go with anything other than Samsung, Intel, or Micron. I prefer, if you can spend the money, Samsung. Preferably their Pro series. Their 860 Pro. This is using MLC based flash, and it's basically one of the most reliable, more reliable flash technologies. This SSD is probably pretty much one of the best SATA SSDs money can buy. As far as storage, I would go 512 gig minimal. Go any less than that, after you install your operating system, some programs, have a few files, you're not going to have a whole lot of space left. I recommend 512 gig minimal. Since his computer, he's not going to be doing too much on it. He's just going to be web browsing, stuff like that. he's probably not going to have a whole lot of files. He's not going to have like a music library or videos and stuff like that where he's editing stuff or, you know. So 512 gig fits the budget. $150 is what this cost. So let's go ahead and unbox it, which it pretty much is straightforward. It's in a little container, and we're going to go ahead and install it. So there she is, the Samsung 860 Pro. I literally have these in literally every computer in this house uses a Samsung 860 Pro. For NVMe, Samsung 970 Pro. Okay, so installing the SSD shouldn't be too hard on this because this does include 2.5-inch hard drive caddies, which is really nice because you can instantly pop in SATA SSDs. Literally just says just shove it in there. Place the drive in the tool-free cage until you feel it secure. Good grammar, Corsair. To remove the drive, pull tab to release. There we go. I just slid it in there again, and this top tab clicked it in there somehow. How did it do it? I don't know. It did it, though. It's now clicked in. The SSD will not come out. You just push it in there until this top tab will click. If it doesn't work, try it again. Press the top tab a few times. Maybe you just have to loosen it up or something, and it just works. You just push it in there. So now I'm going to get the SATA power and SATA data cables. For this build, we're just going to use the SATA cables that came with the motherboard. No need to put monoprice cables in there. Like I said, you don't want to add any cost, and the ones that come in the motherboard should be sufficient. So Gigabyte really cheaped out on us. They only gave us 2 SATA cables, which thankfully that's all we need. One for the optical drive, one for the SSD. I know MSI, they include like 6 or 8 SATA cables. Gigabyte only gave us 2. Not that it would matter for one of my builds because I use all monoprice SATA cables, but that just shows you how the brands can be cheap sometimes, and Gigabyte was certainly cheap in that aspect. SATA connectors are right here. On some motherboards, you have to take a look and at the SATA ports because some can be 3 gigabit, some can be 6 gigabit. On almost all motherboards, they're all going to be 6 gigabit. But that is still something on pre-built machines such as Dell's, HP's, Lenovo's, etc. They will have SATA ports that are only 3 gigabit. And if you plug your SSD into one of those, you are going to be limiting your potential of your SSD. So just like my HP Z220 workstation, which is my home server running Jetstream, well, it's named Jetstream, but it's running Debian. It has 2 3 gigabit SATA ports and 2 6 gigabit. And they're actually color-coded differently. The 6 gigabit ones are blue. Now, this can vary depending on motherboard model and brand, whether it's a Dell or HP. So always refer to the motherboard manual when it comes to that kind of stuff. I'm just going to have a quick peek at this motherboard manual just to look at the SATA ports, but they should all be 6 gigabit because this is a modern board and this is a regular motherboard. Pre-builts, always check, okay? If you're putting an SSD in there, you want to make sure you're getting 6 gigabit speed. So I'm on page 17. It says SATA 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are all 6 gigabit connectors. So, awesome. This also does have M.2, so if we was going to install an M.2, we could do that. But for this configuration, we're just going to use a SATA SSD. So these cables are a little bit too long for this case. That's usually the case with all SATA cables, is they're too long and they never the right size. So we have some slack. I could cable manage it, like zip tie it. But I generally don't really like bending these cables too much. I'm just going to shove the extra SATA cable length from the optical drive just into the free caddy space at the top. So see, I already plugged the SATA cable into here. I'm just going to shove it sitting inside the drive bay there. For down here, I'm not going to really worry about it too much. I mean, it's okay. I don't have to worry about that too much. So the SATA and the SSD and the optical drive have been installed, except now we got to do power for those. That will be fun. Okay, so SATA data and SATA power connected. I was able to get away with using one connector because I believe the fourth connector from the first connector, it was a long enough distance to reach both the optical drive and the SSD, so I didn't have to use the second SATA connector, so it made it a little bit more cleaner. As far as cable management, I mean, it's this isn't gonna look its best, but there's some more, a little bit of cleanup work I can do on it, but this is still gonna have adequate airflow. But when you're dealing with cables like this, if you really want the cleanest look in cable management, you want to have a case that has a lot of cable management anchors, which this one has a few of them, but doesn't have as many as I'd like, especially some in the center on the back plane, maybe some on the other side as well. That's another thing. They like to always put the cable management things in the back, but they never put some on this side either, or, buy the hard drive caddies and stuff like that, optical drive caddies. Add some more anchors and measure all your cables and buy custom cables to have the exact length that you need, and have a single front panel connector cable that goes all the way and then breaks out right here. That way you don't have 9,000 small little wires going all the way across the back plane and have to cable manage all those. So if you really wanted the cleanest look, those would be the things you'd have to do. And there probably is cases that combine all the cables into one cable for the front panel, but Corsair doesn't do it. Not that I've seen. But that's all we can do for right now, because we have to wait until we get the RAM, and the RAM has not came yet. We do have the heatsink. You can probably see it sitting over there. That's the Scythe, I think it's called. Scythe, or however they pronounce it. Mugen 5, revision B. I got that because it's highly recommended from Kerry Holzman, and it happens to be economical. I think it was, what was it? Let me see here. It cost $50 by the looks of it. Whereas something like the Noctua NH-D15 or something like that, that would cost like $70. These things aren't going to be that expensive, but when you're doing a budget build, every penny counts. And these Scythe coolers, I've never dealt with them before, so I figured, just like this 200R case, it's be a good time to try it out, see what I think about it, how it installs, its performance. It's supposed to have really good performance, so it can even handle high TDPs. Like I said, the CPU we're putting in this is only 65 watt TDP, so it should easily cool that. But hey, if it's a good cooler, I might use it on other builds. But yeah, we'll have to see. Can't install the heatsink until we have the RAM though, because if we install the heatsink, it could interfere with us installing the RAM. It could interfere with us getting proper clearance for that. But that is pretty much all we can do with this build for right now. There's nothing further we can do. We can't even start the system yet. So we have to wait on the RAM. So I'll catch up with you guys when we have the RAM available, and we will continue this build. Okay, so we finally have got the RAM. 9 days later, the RAM finally came. Good going, UPS mail innovations. Not very innovative. So for the RAM on this system, since this is a budget build, it's not going to be anything too crazy. But RAM is another area where you don't want to really compromise too much. I always recommend going with Crucial. The reason why is because brands such as Kingston, G-Skill, Corsair, etc., those brands, those manufacturers, they don't actually make the actual RAM. Those are actually assemblers. They actually buy RAM from one of the 3 major DRAM manufacturers, and that is Micron, Samsung, and SK Hynix. Crucial is Micron's brand, and Micron is actually one of the legit companies that actually makes the RAM. So generally, I prefer Crucial because you're buying it directly from one of the RAM makers, if that makes sense. It's hard to buy RAM directly from Samsung or SK Hynix. Usually you have to be like an OEM or whatever to get RAM directly from them. So the only really company you can buy it direct from is Micron via Crucial. So for the RAM on this build, since this is a $1,000 build, we went with 16 gig of RAM. Now these are 2 8 gig DIMMs. And actually the price for 16 gig of RAM was only $61. So that's actually, I consider that a pretty good price. Now when it comes to RAM, bare minimal 16 gig is what I recommend. 16 gig. It used to be 8 gig, but with Windows 10 and all the bloatware and bullshit, and to do something comfortably on a computer, I highly recommend 16 gig be your base. If you're gaming, 32 gig be your base. And then if you're overkill, like me, run VMs, workstation work, or just a power user, 64 gig plus. For his application, we probably could have went with 8 gig, but like I said, I recommend 16 gig as the base, and it easily fit within our budget. I mean, it was only $61, so that is a really, really good price for 16 gig of RAM. So we got the 2 DIMMs, and these are 2 8 gig modules, and this is DDR4. And actually, the speed of this was 3200 megahertz as well, which is fairly nice. And since we're using onboard graphics, that will be useful. So let's go ahead and take the RAM out and install it into the PC. So we got the side panel off. What we're going to do now is install the RAM into the DIMM slots. Now it is important you when you install RAM, you install it into the correct slots for optimal performance. If you're maxing out the board, it doesn't matter because you're going to use all the slots. But when you have some slots left over, you want to make sure you put it in the right slots and the right channels. Usually you want to activate both channels. Since we have 2 slots, I believe this is a dual channel configuration, whereas on higher end boards you have quad channel. But you want to utilize both channels for optimal speed and performance. So I am going to take a peek at the manual, and sometimes actually they will label right on the board what slots to plug it in. Like right here, it does say, and I will get a zoom up of this. I don't know if you guys will be able to read the board though. I'm not sure how well you can see that, but if you actually look on the board, each channel is labeled. You got DDR4 underscore A1, so that's the first channel. Then you have DDR4 underscore B1. So it looks like it's going to be these two right here that we are going to utilize. I will double check the motherboard manual just to make sure we have optimal configuration, but sometimes it is labeled right on the motherboard as well. So Gigabyte's manual, I'm on page 11. It doesn't really give you like a graphic. It just tells you there's channel A and channel B. So I really don't like Gigabyte's manuals. They're not as, I don't think they're nicely as laid out as MSI's. But I am going to go with DDR4A1 and DDR4B1. So these two slots right here. And on some of these motherboards, the locking lever will only open on one side, but on this board, it does open on both sides. So that's ideal. Okay, so let's go ahead and install this RAM. So the first thing you're going to want to do, of course, is locate the slots that goes in. Obviously, we already located it. DDR4_A1, so that's this one right here, closest to the CPU. And then DDR4B1, so that is the third one over from the CPU. So we're going to unlatch these levers. You just push them down, and then the ones on the top, you push up. And then now I'm going to, well, not really unbox because the RAM's just in a little container. I'm going to get the RAM out, and then you have to line them up. This is notched, so the RAM will only go in one way. So you just look where the notch is. And then the RAM slot, you just push in. You might need to wiggle back and forth until both ends click. You'll hear a little click. When you see these click in and you hear it, that little click, it is fully secured. So don't force anything. You know, if you have the position wrong, you just flip it around. When you're handling RAM, always handle it from the edges. Do not touch the gold contacts at the bottom. So you handle it from end to end on the edges, and you shouldn't have any problems. As always, you should touch the metal case just to statically discharge yourself if you have any buildup or whatever. You can always wear an ESD wristband, but I've never done that, never had to, because I be cautious and careful when I do the builds, so it's never been an issue. It's a little weird to do it when you have it already in the PC because the pressure can cause it to tilt. So it's a little weird. I hold on to the back just to add some support. But yeah, get one side in, get the other side in, clicks in, and make sure it's nice and firm, and it's good to go. So there we go. Both memory modules have been installed. We now have 16 gig of DDR4, 3200 megahertz RAM. So the next thing that we're going to move on to is going to be the heatsink. So we do have the heatsink, and for the heatsink, I'll have to get some things prepared for it. You're going to want to have isopropyl alcohol, preferably 99%, but that is hard to find, so 91% will still work. It just won't evaporate as fast. And that's really the only difference. Usually 99% means there's 99% alcohol, 1% water. All I have available is 91%, so that will work as well. You're also going to need thermal compound. You can use thermal compound that comes with the heatsink, but I use MX4. So you're going to need some Q-tips as well. Since this CPU, this heatsink installation, this is all brand new components. You're not cleaning off thermal compounds. You're probably asking, why do you need isopropyl alcohol and all that? So you don't have to, you're not cleaning off old thermal compound. Well, even though this is a brand new CPU, I'm not just going to put thermal compound on it until I clean both the CPU surface and the bottom of the heatsink surface. Because, dust and, I don't want to say debris, but, dust and stuff can collect on that and before you do anything involving thermal compound, you want to have a really clean surface. So as best practice, I always clean it anyway. Even if it's a brand new install, I'll just go over the surface of the CPU and just clean it off, make sure there's no dust on it. Same thing with the bottom of the heatsink as well. So we'll be right back. I'm going to go get the components, and we are going to install this heatsink. Okay, guys. So for the heatsink, we went with something a little different. I went with the Scythe. I think that's how you pronounce it. Scythe, yeah. Scythe. I don't know. I went with the Scythe Mugen 5. This is revision B. This is an air cooler, and it was $50. Now, I've never really heard of this company before. The reason why I picked out this cooler is because Kerry Holzman highly recommends this CPU cooler. Just like he recommended the $200 case, he highly recommends this cooler. And apparently this cooler is rising to fame. It's getting up there in popularity with Noctua. Apparently Scythe is a big competitor now. And they make really good coolers, and they're cheaper in price. The reason why I chose this cooler for this build is because, one, I wanted a heatsink that was relatively cheap, but also had good performance. Now, actually, for this build, we probably could have got away with using the Intel stock heatsink. But for longevity and because I generally don't like the stock heatsink, especially because the fan in it can, end up being noisy down the road and it's a hassle to deal with. The budget still allowed us to have a third-party heatsink. The reason why I didn't go for something like the NHD15, which obviously that's one of the best air cooler heatsinks you can get, is because obviously it's more expensive and grossly overkill for this this budget build. And the CDP of the CPU we're going to be using is only going to be 65 watts, so it's not going to be too hard to cool. So this heatsink should easily be able to cool our CPU and then some. So if we was to upgrade the CPU down the road, we already have a great heatsink in it to allow that upgradability. Whereas if we stuck with the stock cooler, well, down the road, if we were going to upgrade the CPU to something more high end, because this build can take, I believe, an i9 10900K. So if we was going to upgrade the CPU to something more high end, we already have the heatsink, so we don't have to buy an additional component. So I'm going to go ahead and unbox the heatsink and see what it's like. Like I said, I've never had this heatsink before. I've never built with it, so depending on how good the quality is and how easily the installation process is will determine if I recommend it going forward and my review on it. Also, before we start that, we are going to have a guest join us. I'm going to be calling the CIO of GTEC Sonet. His name's Tony. And he was just interested in seeing an update on how this build's going because, computer repair is part of our overarching business. Okay, guys, so joining us is the CIO of GTEC Sonet. His name is Tony. Go ahead and say hi, Tony.
Hello.
So we're in the middle of building a client computer. That's part of our business. Is we also do computer repair and computer construction, and I believe DG builds computers for customers as well. DG, don't you build some PCs from time to time for people in the UK?
From time to time, yeah.
So we're doing a $1,000 budget build, and the reason I had DG join is I know DG was just interested in seeing how it's going along. What the build's looking like. Right now, DG, we're almost done. All we have to do is put the heatsink on, apply the thermal compound, and then we'll do our first power on self-test. And after that, I always like to go in the BIOS, just check a few settings, set the date and time, and then we will do a MIM test on it because every time you build a computer, it's always good to test the RAM. Make sure there's no problems with it, because down the road that can be an issue. And you know, if you have a faulty module or whatever, sometimes it doesn't show up right away. That's why you should have a MIM test to check it out. So I'm going to go ahead and unbox the CPU, or not the CPU, the heatsink. And I'm going to go ahead and set DG to the side. So DG, you're not going to be on video anymore for right now, but you will be able, I will change your view so you can actually see like me unboxing the heatsink or whatever. And yes, I'm downstairs like in like a workshop or whatever. I have a nice table, access to power and access to Ethernet, and everything's right here. Makes a good test bench for when you're building computers to have access to everything. So let me go ahead and change the view, and we're gonna go ahead and unbox this beast. So go ahead and unbox it right now. Oh, and they give us a nice little little box that has all of our mounting brackets and screws. Second fan. Oh, has nice little rubber grommets on the end. That's pretty nice. Interesting. Heatsink itself. Is it as big as my head? That's the question mark. It's smaller. Reminds me of a Cooler Master. And I know, DG, you just got a heatsink too, didn't you? But you got a NHD 15. A little bit above this. So there we go. The heatsink has been unboxed. And similar to Noctua, at the top we have a little accessory box. This is going to have your mounting brackets, thermal compound, screws, and I believe Scythe actually includes like a real screwdriver, which is really nice. So we're going to take a look at that screwdriver because I'm a fan of getting free toys. Now the heatsink itself, ooh, this actually has some weight to it. Feels like a fucking brick. The heatsink itself actually looks to be, let me give it a knock on wood, you know, a little knock. Yeah, it actually seems to be pretty solid. It's big, but not as big as an NHD 15. An NHD 15 is about the size of my head, almost. This reminds me of like Cooler Master size, like maybe an Evo or whatever they call it, 212 or 202, or I can't remember the fucking model number. It slips my mind, but similar to the heatsink that I put in my FreeNAS. On the bottom, we do have that thing you have to peel off. So remember that. Don't just install the heatsink or you're going to be smelling some plastic shit burning. So that won't be good. So let me go ahead and unbox this accessory box and see, like, let me take a look at that screwdriver that they give us. Got back plane. Ooh, nice. Okay, so this is the screwdriver they give us, and this is actually a nice screwdriver. I don't know if DG can really see it very well on his view, but they actually give us a legit screwdriver, and it's solid. So that's kind of nice. It's a nice long screwdriver too. So you know, getting down in those long, hard to reach areas, it definitely helps. We have a manual which we will be looking at because we gotta check how this socket installs. And then they put everything in a nice bag so you don't lose it. So you have the main, the back plane. Oh, and guess what? This back plane is fully metal. So that's solid. So it's not a cheap plastic back plane that's going to crack or break or, you know, stress out. This is a fully metal back plane. Nice. Let me go ahead and unbox this. They give us thermal compound, Scythe, thermal grease. Not going to use that. I'm going to use MX4. But the back plane, there it is. Solid metal. I don't know if DG can see it very well. Solid metal. Let me drop it on the table. You can obviously hear it. It sounds like metal, right? Not plastic. You have all your standoffs and screws and stuff and your whatchamacallits. You have brackets. And you have your fan clips. So let's go ahead and I'm going to look at the manual. I'm going to find what pages our particular socket's on. And I believe this is a 1200 socket. I'm going to have to check the manual to verify that. But we will be right back as I get that prepped. Okay, so I was able to locate the manual, and on page 4, it shows the CPU socket is an LGA 1200. So we're going to go ahead and look at the Mugen 5 manual here, and we're going to see how this bracket and everything goes on. So depending on how straightforward this process is, will determine what I think about this cooler, because some CPU brackets and stuff can be complicated and fucking awful to put on, and some can be easy. Plus, you have to deal with pressure screws, which those can be a bitch. Like on the NHD15, yeah, if you don't know how to relieve the pressure on the other end, you'll be stuck doing it for hours trying to figure out how to screw the fucker on. And it's not fun. So let me go ahead and look in this manual for LGA 1200. Let's see how good their manual is, too. So obviously we're going to have to install a backplane on this because this type of chipset, this motherboard, doesn't have a built-in backplane like my nice workstation board. My X99 workstation board has a built-in backplane, which makes everything beautiful to install. Some boards you have to install a bracket on the back. So I got the manual laid out. Let's take a look here. Okay, so I'm looking right here. We got Intel LGA 1200. So it's pretty much the same for like 15 other fucking socket types as well. So let's see. These steps can be a little bit confusing, but you have to pay close attention to what holes and stuff things go in. So let's take a look here. So number 1, the first thing it wants you to do is it wants you to put on the back plane. And let's see here. 755 only. It's different depending on what country you're in. What? So it has these 3 holes on the bracket, and it says EN775 only. Don't know what that means. Okay. Oh, that's a socket 775. Okay. So 1200, we're going to use the outermost hole, and I will overlay a graphic so you guys can see the manual in high quality, what I'm looking at here. So it gives us step 3, step 4, step 4 again. It doesn't give us a step 1. That's kind of confusing. It's like, okay. Another thing is when you put these back plates on, you want to make sure you put it on the right position. So pay very close attention to how the picture is diagrammed, because if you put this on backwards, you could short out your motherboard. You could have a gap, and then effectively the heatsink is like a millimeter over top off the CPU. You got to be very careful when you got to pay close attention to these graphics. It wants us to use these standoffs that screw in. That's pretty common practice. So the most important thing when reading heatsink manuals is to pay close attention to the graphics and what the screws look like. Take a look at what the threads look like on the top of them. Stuff like that. Because they will vary. You want to make sure you have the right screws and the right size ones and everything else, or it's going to be a nightmare. Now, I've never installed a Scythe Mugen 5. This is my first time, so we're going to see what this is like. And depending on how smooth it is, or how bad it is, will determine if I recommend it in the future. So, yeah. Okay, bunch of screws. Be very careful when you dump this bag out, because these screws, some of them can be very tiny, and if they fall off the table, good luck finding them. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to set the mic down, and I'm going to pay close attention to this manual and think, okay? So you're not going to have any audio for a little while, but I'm just going to look over this manual, and I might cut a few things out, speed it up along the process, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to identify what parts we need first. That's the first thing. Identify the screws, the brackets that you need, and then put away all the other ones you don't need. Just get it out of the way, so that way you don't accidentally pick something up that you don't need. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to identify the parts we need. I'm going to install this back plane and screw it down. And I might use the included Scythe screwdriver because this actually looks high quality. Now, Noctua, take notice. If you're watching this video, Noctua, your NHD15 is supposed to be like the best heatsink out there, right? Air cooler out there. Why couldn't you have included a nice screwdriver like this instead of like a long-ass fucking piece of metal? Now, DG bought, DG being Tony, he bought an NHD15. I'm not sure if he's unboxed it yet or looked at this included screwdriver, but the included screwdriver is a complete joke. Now, this screwdriver actually looks like a real screwdriver. I'm not sure if DG can see it very well, but this is a real screwdriver. And DG, if you can't see it, don't worry, you're going to see it in the video. So, this is a real screwdriver. So I'm going to go ahead and pause the video right here, and I'm going to identify the parts I need so I can think, and we'll pick it up there. Okay, guys, so after having the camera off for a few minutes, I was actually able to take a look at the manual and think. I finally figured it out. First thing you want to do is you'll want to look at the part list. The part list is actually excellently laid out. This is actually better than Noctua's manual. It actually is. How they have this laid out. And I will overlay the graphic so you can see it better. But what they have is they have the part list, and then they show you for each socket what parts you're going to need. So this is obviously LGA 1200. So you look right here, you have Intel 1200. So you're going to need part number 4. That's this back bracket right here. You're going to need these screw standoffs. And if you look, compare them to the other, what you want to do is you want to compare them to other identical looking ones. You see part number 6 is the tiny little snubby ones. Part number 5 is the longer ones. So we got the longer ones. Then you're going to want to have the mounting plates, and you look for any other ones that look identical. See these ones down here? Part 11? Part 11 has that little U to it. It's crooked and it's longer. Whereas part 7, the part that we need, is just flat, or it's straight, I should say. So we got that. And then you're going to need the screws. And the screws are actually, there's only one set of screws, so you can't mix them up. And then you're going to need the screwdriver, which obviously, that's self-explanatory. Thermal compound, which we're going to use our own. And then you have the fan clips, which are right here. So I got everything we need, all the parts that we need right here, ready to go. So, if you actually take notice, I thought that this didn't have steps in the right order. It does. How this works is these numbers tell you what part you are selecting and picking up, if that makes sense. So see how this says 4? That doesn't mean step 4. That means part number 4, okay? So the backplane bracket. And right here, if you pay close attention, for 1200, which that's the socket we're using, you're going to use the outmost hole, okay? The hole that's sticking out on the side there. And then pay close attention to how this bracket is going against the motherboard. You're going to have this little rubber standoff is going to go like this, not like this. You're going to have that little, you got to pay close attention to where the screw hole mounts are. If you look, you have this little rubber standoff grommet thingy. That is what's going to go against the motherboard. And then these two holes are going to be on the top. So it's going to go on like that. Then you're going to take part number 5, which is these standoffs, and push them through the hole on the other end and screw it down. So I'm going to go ahead and do that and readjust the camera so you guys can see that. So I'm now going to go ahead and install the back plane. First, I got to unscrew the back panel, and you'll obviously see that stuff starts seeing through. That's kind of interesting. Lines right up. Of course it does. Okay, so what you're going to want to do is, of course, get the polarity right on the back. And while you have to hold the back plane in place, just hold the back plane. Do not touch the back of the motherboard. That's important. You don't want to be touching the back of the motherboard because you can cause ESD. You can short shit out. You can cause a lot of damage. So just hold the back plane in place, and on the other side of the board, you're going to make sure the thread holes line up, and then you're just going to thumb screw all these screws in. Just get them started, just to hold it in there, and then we are going to tighten it down with the included screwdriver. So as you can see, I already have these three in there. I just use my thumb and got them in there a little bit. That way the brackets held in place. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to screw them down tightly with the screwdriver, but I'm also going to be holding the back plane to add additional support. So that way the back plane is in there solidly. Oh yeah, that's a nice screwdriver. Another important thing to note is you're going to want to go back and forth on the screws. You don't want to do one screw at a time. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to screw one screw all the way in. You go boom, 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 boom. Kind of like a crisscross pattern until they're fully secured and tightened. And well, as you're holding the back plane in on the back, adding support, be careful you're not accidentally going to touch the motherboard or, short anything out or, cause any ESD. And I touch the side of the case with my hand just to discharge myself, just in case, I was on a rug or something and it, built up static electricity. Oh yeah. That is on there. And you just want this to be snug. You don't want to screw it in too hard to where you actually start to hear like the PCB crackling and shit like that. You did that, you kind of went a little bit too far. So you just want to put these on snug, a nice firm connection. You don't want it screwed on too tight to where you accidentally crack the PCB. That would not be good, and your motherboard would probably not work. So you just want it on there snugly. So now that we have the standoffs screwed in, the next step is to screw the brackets on. So you're going to look at what polarity these brackets go on, and you're going to use the screws that it shows you. Now, if you take a look at the screw holes, it tells you what screw hole should be used for what socket. So we're using socket 1200, so that's going to be in the center. So we got to make sure we're screwing right into the center screw holes. And the polarity of these brackets looks pretty self-explanatory. They're going to go on like that. So I'm going to go ahead and do that and bolt that fucker down. So for this process, I'm going to have to put the back panel back on because we're done with the back. And I'm going to have to lay the desktop flat down on the surface. It's a little bit easier to install Heatsink this way. So I now readjusted the camera angle, and I'm going to go ahead and screw on the brackets. This is a magnetized bit. It is. Nice. So it does appear that the screwdriver that Scythe includes is a magnetized screwdriver. Nice. Good job, Scythe. Gary Holzman was not lying. Like 1995. He's the one that recommended the case and the heatsink. That's why I chose him. Test it out, first time dealing with the Gigabyte board, DG. Let's see what I think about that. I'm so used to MSI's BIOS because all the builds I've done have been MSI. There we go. So I was able to screw both the side brackets on. Now what we got to do is we got to apply thermal compound. And I'm going to be using Arctic Silver MX4. And before doing this, I do like to clean the surface of the CPU and heatsink. Even though they're brand new and you don't have to remove old thermal compound, I still recommend clean the heatsink and CPU. Just because if there's any dust or anything on there, you don't want that sitting. You don't want that on there when you apply new thermal compound. So just as like a best practice, we're going to go ahead and clean both of them anyway, even though they're new. I do this with all builds. I always clean the CPU and the heatsink. So you're going to want to use isopropyl alcohol, preferably 99%, but 91% will work as well. I'm just going to pour this into like a little tiny like shot glass, and I'm going to dip a Q-tip into it and go ahead and we're going to clean the surface of this CPU. One thing to note about isopropyl alcohol, this stuff is flammable. So no sparks, no smoking a cigarette or cigar while you're building your PC. Just hold off on that stuff for right now. And I'm going to use some Q-tips. I prefer the Q-tip brand, you know, just for optimal quality, right? Look at that. There we go. Now we'll do the heatsink. Okay, so I just went over the CPU, you know, cleaned it up. Now I'm going to do the bottom of the heatsink. Now, please note, peel off this before installation, right? It says right on it. You want to peel that little film off because if you leave that on there, your heatsink's not going to work very well, and you might smell a little bit of a burning smell. So don't leave that on there. Don't be a noob. Peel it off. So I've cleaned the bottom of the heatsink, which was off camera. Now what we're going to do is we are going to install thermal compound. So I now have my thermal compound. I use Arctic Silver MX4, as I mentioned. And when installing this, you just want to put just about a pea-size droplet on it. There's people that will tell you, oh, put an X or put a line or smear it all over the CPU, all over the CPU. There's 50 million different ways people tell you to do it. Just put about a pea-sized dot, not too big, not too small. I'll actually show you. I've done this a million times. And when I have removed the heatsink, I've had an excellent coverage. Excellent thin coverage is what you want. And I've had that. Like, I've removed the heatsink from installs I've done, and they're like, damn, that covered the entire CPU and the heatsink perfectly. It didn't overgap. It didn't ooze out the side onto the motherboard. You know, it was nice and clean. If you put too much, you're going to have it come out the sides or go into the socket. I've had that happen to where on some builds, they put too much on and it went into the socket. You do not want your thermal compound going into the socket. That is not a good day. So I'll show you how much goes on and the process. Thermal compound's been put on, about a pea-sized drop. I'm going to take a look at the heatsink installation to see what polarity this heatsink goes on in conjunction with the motherboard, because you gotta make sure you have it on the right angle. Otherwise, it could be blocking shit, and it won't be good. So let me look at what way this goes. So it looks like the fan will install on that side, so okay. Okay. That's kind of how I figured it would install. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and install the heatsink. The indentation side is going to be the side the fan goes. So it's going to go on kind of like that. So, and this is going to be pressure fitted, just like the NHD15. So, you want to get one side in, and then you get the other side in, but you have to alleviate the pressure on the side that's tight. It's kind of hard to describe it. Just watch how I do it. Hopefully, you can see the whole process of how I do that. I figured out how to do it after about doing 3 of them, and I have them on all my builds. Wow. Is this one going on easily? Okay, so you have to use your screwdriver. Okay, so I have to use your screwdriver because the other screw is in between this fin. So you'll have to go down through here and screw it on. But actually, DG, this one's actually looks like it's going on easier. Woo! Interesting. DG's like, no way it's going on easier. Well, I'll be a son of a bitch, DG. I think I may have just found my new favorite heatsink. How is it compared to the NHD15 though? The NHD15 is a lot bigger. Wow. DG, this is going on like butter. Holy shit. DG, oh my god, that was easy. That took me, what, 30 seconds to install? I'm not kidding you. I'll actually show you here in a second. I'm just tightening the screws down further. Holy shit. Kerry Holzman, you're right. This is the best heatsink. A lot better than my Cooler Master, too. That thing was a bitch to install because all the fucking brackets and screws and adapters and fucking... Attach the Chinese adapter to the Japanese adapter into the XYZ washer, and then put on the 69 bracket along with the 62972-B bracket. Attach it into this bracket. Attach it into that bracket. Boom. Boom. Heatsink installed. Took 30 seconds max. Fucking easy. Oh my gosh. This was the best heatsink I have installed to date. Now, how is this fucker compared to the Noctua in HD15? I don't know. It's definitely not as big. I'd say it's probably about 3/4 as big as the NHD15. It still has some meat to it. I mean, this thing, it's still, you throw this at somebody, they're going to die. But this thing was easy to install. It does have the pressurized screws, but guess what? It doesn't have all that pressure compared to Noctua. Noctua, you have to almost like break the fucking board. This, it just went on like fucking sex. I mean, this thing just worked. You install the 2 brackets, you just line up the screws, boom, it's on. Easy as pie. So I think I'm gonna put that on my recommended list. Now, we don't know what the performance is until I actually take some look at some thermals. That's when I'll start to tell you if I can recommend it or not. But this CPU that we're putting in here is only a 65 watt TDP, so it's going to be easy to cool. So, not really a fair comparison. If you want to really test this thing, put it on like a Xeon or something like that. Then we'll see how it performs. But that thing went on easily. So I'm going to show my CIO, Mr. Tony, that the heatsink was installed, and it only took me like 30 seconds to install. And I will play the video, like the full video of me actually putting the heatsink over top, screwing it down. It was simple, DG. Okay, so we finally have the heatsink installed. Now, the moment of truth. We're going to go ahead and apply power to this, hook it up to my test monitor, and we're going to see, does the thing boot? And also, since we have the heatsink on, we're also going to check the thermals of the CPU. I always recommend right when you do your build, the first thing you do, check the thermals of the CPU. That's the first thing to check. Make sure they're where they should be for an idle CPU. I'd say if it's going above 45, like you're getting 50s, 60s, 70s and it's slowly climbing, your heatsink's not on correctly. You have a problem, or there's a thermal compound issue, or something's not right. That's the first thing you should check whenever you mess with a heatsink or anything like that. Check the thermals first. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna do that. We're gonna post this up, go into the BIOS. We're gonna check our thermals, and if they seem okay, like say it's like 30, 35, or 40 degrees Celsius, that's normal. That is good. That means our heatsink is actually working, and Excel did not fuck up. What do you think, DG? Do you think do you think the computer's gonna post? Do you think I did everything right, or do you think I fucked up?
Hopefully.
He's saying hopefully. So have some confidence in me, DG. Yes or no? Do you think the computer is going to work? I haven't booted it or done anything. The computer is now. I just built it. What do you think?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a look here. Okay, so I don't know how far we got on that video. Battery ran low on my camera. We turned it on, and the computer post. It works. There's no sparks flying, no explosions, and this is what we got on the screen. So it says clear CMOS information. BIOS has been reset. Please reconfigure your BIOS setup items if needed. So we're going to go ahead and hit OK on that, or just hit enter. And this should hopefully bop us right into the BIOS. And guess what it does? Awesome. So as you can see right here, it shows our motherboard, H470 Aerois Pro AX, BIOS versions F1. Where I am going to check on Gigabyte's site for an updated BIOS, because that's probably outdated. And CPU, Intel Core i5 10400. It shows we do have 16 gig of RAM. It shows both of them, crucial 8 gig, 3200 megahertz. And look right there. Has our CPU. Our memory frequency is running at 2600 right now, which is more than enough. And guess what? This is the important thing. Our CPU temperature, 32 degrees Celsius. That is fine. That is normal. Our heatsink is working. Our thermal compound application was proper. So that is good. That's actually pretty good idle temp. 32, 33 degrees Celsius. Not bad idle temps at all. Our system temperature is 44 degrees Celsius, which is fine. That's normal. I mean, I also have the side panel off, so the fans won't be as effective when you have the side panel off. So once I put that side panel off, the fans will be able to be a little bit more effective. It does show both of our fans. Awesome. Shows them only running around 900 RPM, so they're dead silent. We're actually going to see what these fans sound like. And we did stay with the case fans, the default case fans on this build, because when you're doing a budget build, you ain't got money to spend on Noctua fans. So the case fans will be sufficient for this build. So we're using just the Corsair case fans. And at the 950 RPM that they're running at, it's pretty silent. If you have your ear right up next to it, you can hear it a little bit. But it's still pretty silent for the most part. It does show our Samsung 860 Pro, and it shows our optical drive. Awesome. So I'm just going to go through the BIOS. The first thing I usually like to do, well, it shows that we're in easy mode. Oh, it detects my mouse. That's a good thing. So our USB ports work. Is I want to change this to advanced mode. There we go. Okay. So now it has me in this fancy-ass advanced mode. And I'm just going to check the date and time. So the BIOS isn't too badly outdated. March 27th, 2020. This is a newer board, so it's not going to be that outdated. Our system date does need to be updated. It shows it's January 1st, 2018. It is not. So I'm going to go ahead and set the date and stuff just so when I run MemTest, when it saves the file, it doesn't put it as 2018 or whatever. It'll put the right date. But I'll just go over the BIOS, check a few things. Usually one of the things that you want to check is to make sure that your SATA is set to AHCI and not RAID. Sometimes on some BIOSes it says that the RAID, you want to change that to AHCI. You could do other things with make sure you're using UEFI. So you want to disable legacy and just use UEFI. Just a few minor tweaks. So I'm just going to go through and make sure everything is doing good. I'll probably turn XMP off if it does show that, because that can cause issues, and I don't want the customer to have issues. Okay, so we booted up the OS, or not the OS. We booted up the PC. we were able to get into the BIOS, and I changed the date so it's the correct date. I didn't change too many options in there because it didn't look like too much needed to be changed off the top. I'll have to dig into it deeper, but I did check the SATA. The SATA is set to HCI, so when I do install Windows, it'll be installing with HCI drivers. But I went and got my Memtest 86 Pro flash drive. We're gonna go ahead and boot this, and hopefully I can figure out what button does the boot menu. I think DG set was F12, but hopefully we can get in the boot menu. If not, I'll have to just go in the BIOS and change the boot order, which I don't like to always do, but we'll get this thing to boot the flash drive and test the RAM, and that will run for. It shouldn't run too long because we're only testing 16 gig of RAM. I'm used to testing like 120 gig of RAM, stuff like that, and that takes a good day or so to test. But this, since it's only 16 gig of RAM, it should only take a few hours. It shouldn't take too long. So let's go ahead and get that started. So I'm actually going to plug this into a port on the front just to make sure that the front USB ports are working. Okay, so I'm just going to plug this in the front, just test it out. Let's hope it's F12, right? You're right, DG. It's F12. Good job. So DG was right. It's F12 right here. It says UEFI SanDisk. Now it says partition 1, partition 2. I don't know. Let's try partition 1. Let's see what happens. Yep, there we go. She's off and she's booting Memtest 86, and that also confirms that our front USB ports work. That means when I connected the front headers, I did okay. Now, this being a Gigabyte board, it does have that G Connect, but I didn't use it. I just connected all the front panel connectors straight to the board. I know there's people out there that'll say, "Oh, use the G connector," but I've heard some people say that those can fail and be a little wonky. So I just plugged all the front panel connectors straight into the motherboard, and everything's working. So it's now going to take off here in a second, I believe. It's supposed to automatically test. Let's see. Yep, Intel Core i5, 10400. CPU temp, 36 degrees Celsius. That's fine. It sees all of our RAM. 16 gig of RAM. Looks good to me. Let's go ahead and start test. Boom, there we go. She's off to the races. She's testing now. As you can see, everything's looking good. So we'll let this run, and we'll get back to you guys when it's finished. And then I'm gonna look in the BIOS, make sure nothing has to be configured there. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna install Windows. Yippee! Right? Now, since this is for a client, it will be Windows 10. Even though I don't like Windows 10, but you kind of have to bite the bullet and install it for the customer. Now, I only install Windows 7 if the customer requests Windows 7 and if they're willing to pay for an ESU license. So if they say, hey, no, I want Windows 7, I don't want to deal with Windows 10, I will build a computer that can run Windows 7, given it, it's an older chipset or whatever that has drivers for it. And I will install an ESU license, and they can use Windows 7 perfectly until 2023. So if you're still interested if you do want, I know Kyle Rohr, he wanted me to build him a computer, and he wanted Windows 7. He's like, no, I will not take Windows 10. I want Windows 7. I'm like, yes, I can do that. But when just another client comes to me, and they don't specifically ask for Windows 7, I kind of have to put Windows 10. Even though I don't like it, I kind of have to do that because I do not want them to come back and say, hey, this program can't install, or I can't, or this device doesn't work with Windows 7 or whatever. It requires Windows 10. If you're a computer technician, you don't want to have that headache. You know what I'm saying? So we have to put Windows 10. And I will do a few tweaks once we install Windows 10, disable driver updates and a bunch of things that's going to cause issues. Because I do not want to be getting calls from my customers saying, hey, my computer is blue screening or something's fucked up. So I want to make sure Windows 10 doesn't fuck up as much as possible for my clients. Because when you build computers for people, as DG probably knows, if something goes wrong, they're going to call you and bug you about it. and expect you to fix it. So you don't want the computer to be messing up. You want to make sure it's stable. So there's a few things you got to do with Windows 10 to get to be less annoying and not fuck things up. And one thing by default is Windows 10 by default updates your drivers. Even if you install a driver from the vendor, say your NVIDIA card, you install the NVIDIA driver directly from NVIDIA, Microsoft will override that driver in Windows Update. You don't want that. And Windows updating drivers will fuck shit up. Say you install a driver for a sound card or like a Lynx card or something like that. You install the driver directly from Lynx. Windows Update will come in and override that. You don't want that at all. That's one of the reasons people have a bunch of random hiccups, lockups, crashes, stuff like that. It's because Windows 10 automatically fucks with your drivers. There is a setting in group policy to get rid of that. But there's other reasons Windows 10 fuck things up, but that's one of the reasons. And the reasons that I'm aware of, I'm going to go in and disable. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to let this memtest 86 run. And we'll get back to you with the Windows 10 installation. And DG, is there anything you want to say or anything about the build? It's working.
It's working, yeah.
And you expected the computer to boot and just work excellently on the first try, right?
Yeah.
And it did. There's no problems. Everything works. Safe to say, JTXL knows what he's doing, right? And DG, do you think you might consider a Scythe Mugen 5 cooler?
Yeah.
In some of your builds. Now, obviously, if you're going to be having a really, really high-end CPU that's a high TDP, you probably want to stay off the NHD15 because it's pretty much the best cooler. But on all your other builds, shit, a Scythe Mugen 5, I might actually put a Scythe Mugen 5 in my FreeNAS because the FreeNAS is only using the i3, so it doesn't need anything overkill. I might get a Scythe Mugen 5 for that, you know? I don't think I need to be using Cooler Master anymore, or the Evos. I think this is a much better heatsink, and the bracket is fully metal. Whereas on that Cooler Master that I had for my FreeNAS, it was a plastic backplane. It was a plastic one. I didn't like that. This is metal. I don't know, DG. I think you said you have a Hyper. What was the model of the heatsink?
212 Evo.
Yeah, and did that have a plastic backplane or a metal?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, but I know mine had a plastic backplane, and it was a nightmare to install because it was so complex and shit. This Scythe, I can see why Kerry Holzman recommends it, top and bottom. So it'll definitely be on. It's definitely on my heatsink list, along with the NHD15. I'm not removing that from the list. That's still on the list. That one's just a little bit more complex to install if you're new to it. Once you get acquainted to it, you've installed quite a few of them, it's a lot easier to install. But for new people, I would go with the Scythe. For people, you know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot easier to install. But if you're acquainted with a DH15, go with that. Anyway, guys, that's going to wrap it up for now. We will come back when we install Windows 10. And boy, will that be fun. Ha ha ha, right? Got to install the drivers, got to install the software, got to disable a bunch of bullshit that Microsoft includes, get rid of a bunch of bloatware, and yeah, it'll be pretty fun. See you guys until then. Okay, so memtest 86 has finally been done, and I'm sorry I didn't actually record the screen, but here is the actual result of it. As you can see, it passed. So the test only ran for 4 hours, and that does 4 series of tests, or 4 passes of 11 tests. So 4 hours, that is a lot faster than 20 hours when you're testing like 120 gig of RAM. But the RAM fully passed, everything's good there. So our next step is we are going to download Windows 10 and prepare the USB flash drive. And then I'm going to go and check into the BIOS a little bit more, check a few settings off camera. And then we're going to boot the flash drive and install Windows. So to properly download Windows 10, you're going to go and download it straight from Microsoft's website. So Microsoft.com/en-us, that means English United States. software download, Windows 10. You're going to download the Windows 10 Installation Media Tool. This will allow you to create a bootable flash drive or just download the ISO image, which you can either burn to a disk or use Rufus and write to a flash drive later. So we're going to go ahead and download that tool. Now the tool is just a tool to download it. It's not going to be the actual entire ISO until you actually run the tool. And then for the flash drive, I'm going to go ahead and eject my Memtest 86 flash drive. And I'm going to find a suitable flash drive for the Windows 10 installation installer. Preferably, you want to have 8 gig minimal flash drive, preferably. But flash drives are so cheap, you can get a 16 or 32 gig flash drive for like $10. Okay, so yep, I found one. This is the flash drive I used to install Debian on Abe's home server. So we don't need that anymore. So we can use this drive. So drive letter G. Make sure you know what drive it is. The media tool installation thing has been downloaded, so let's go ahead and run it. Be careful when you use this tool because there is an option to upgrade your existing PC. So as you can probably see, I'm running Windows 7, so don't want to accidentally choose that option and have my computer be downgraded to Windows 10. So we're going to accept a software license. You don't need to have a product key to run this and download Windows 10 and put it on a flash drive. So this process here is entirely free. You'll have to have a product key, of course, when you install it to activate it. You can skip activation. You'll just have very limited functionality in terms of personalization options. And you'll have a big activate PC watermark on your computer that's going to be overlaid on everything. So right here, what do you want to do? Create installation media, USB flash drive, DVD, or ISO file for another PC. That's important. Next. So it's going to want you to select the language, architecture, and edition. So I'm going to uncheck that, make sure it's right. Windows 10, English, United States, 64-bit. We just want to put 64-bit on there, not both. Next. Choose what you want to do. USB flash drive. It needs to be at least 8 gig. And right here, it shows it, select the flash drive, G. So you just click on it, make sure it's selected. And you see it says Debian because that's what it had before. We'll hit next. So now it's going to go out over the internet and download Windows 10. This is effectively, let me see what size it was. Effectively 4 gig in size. So this will take a while to download depending on your internet speed. So I'm going to go ahead and let this download. I'm on DSL, so it's probably going to take about an hour or so. So it's finished downloading. Now it's going to verify. Probably just going to do like a checksum check or something like that. So now it's going to put the downloaded ISO. It's going to image the flash drive. And we should be good to go here. Now, I believe this will make a UEFI-based boot medium. So we will have to check in the BIOS, and I'm going to try to force it to boot via UEFI because however Windows boots is going to determine how it's installed. And you're going to want it installed via UEFI and not legacy. So that's just something you check in the BIOS. Usually it's under boot order or whatever. You can turn off legacy or CSM, and you can just put UEFI. Or you can specify the order, like it'll say UEFI flash drive, and it'll say like just the flash drive, which that would be legacy, or I'll say legacy. Okay, that's not good. Fuck. Oh, good going, Windows 10. Okay, so in typical Microsoft fashion, their own fucking tool failed on me. So I'm gonna try to rerun this tool. Hopefully it doesn't have to re-download. Hopefully it sees, hey, we've already downloaded the ISO, and just starts off where it finished. So I'm gonna go ahead and rerun the tool. Hopefully it doesn't have to re-download. If it does, I'm going to kill it. Flash drive. Oh, now it doesn't see the flash drive at all. Okay. So what we're going to do is, I already have Windows 10. I already have a Windows 10 ISO sitting around. So we're just going to Rufus it. Ridiculous. Okay, so what we'll do is first, Rufus sees the drive. Drive G, right? That's what I told you guys before. Drive G. Look at hardware. Just SanDisk Cruiser Glide, yep. So we got Drive G selected. We're going to select our operating system. As you see, I already have a relatively new version. There it goes. And right here, it automatically sees it. GPT, UEFI, non-CSM. Volume label says ESD, ISO. I don't know why it says that, but okay. And then we're going to just hit start. It's going to say, hey, we're going to format Drive G. That's correct. So yeah, what I would recommend is use this to download the ISO. Instead of using the USB option, just say ISO file. And when you have the ISO file, just use Rufus. And you want to make sure target system says UEFI, non-CSM. And it's going to go ahead and copy the files. Speed's going to depend on the speed of the flash drive, which they're never fast. And you're going to be copying like 4 gig of an ISO, so it will take a while. So while this copies over, because this probably will take like 10 minutes to do, because you're dealing with a 4 gig ISO, we're going to go ahead and download the drivers and the latest BIOS and everything for the operating system, and we're going to throw this on another flash drive. So you're going to go to this board. Since it's a Gigabyte board, you're going to go to gigabyte.com, service/support. And then right here, you're going to put the model name, which we have a H470 Aorus Pro AX. And I don't know why they have this other bullshit on here. They should just show motherboard models. But they show all this other garbage. Gigabyte is just, their site is just kind of shitty. But you're going to click on the motherboard. Okay. So now on downloads, here we are, Windows 10 64-bit, and that's the only thing they give you because this is near a platform. You're not going to have Windows 7 drivers available for it. So we're going to go ahead and now they're going to show two versions of everything. So you want to check the version number and the release date. So this one was released like a couple days after. So 8.9, this is 8.8. So we're going to go ahead and he's going to be using onboard audio because this is a client build. So we're going to go ahead and download the audio driver. Don't download this because that's the old version of it. Chipset. Let's see here. Intel Serial I/O driver. Is that for the serial port? Intel INF installation. Where's just the regular chipset driver? It doesn't even fucking tell you, does it? There's how they have this laid out is so stupid. Oh, this is a firmware update for the Intel Management Engine. Yeah. Intel serial driver, Intel INF. Okay, so Intel INF is actually the chipset driver. And you see they have it all the way down here too, 10.18.29.05. So we're going to go ahead and download the firmware update for the Intel Management Engine. The Intel Serial I/O driver. And then the Intel INF installation. Here we're going to go download the Intel Serial I/O driver. And then the Intel INF, which should be the chipset. Pretty tiny for a chipset driver, although it might just be a utility to actually download and install it. Gonna go ahead and download the LAN driver here for the Ethernet. I don't know why they have to put all these in a zip file like this. So stupid. They put all these EXEs in a zip file. Why do you do that, Gigabyte? Looks like our Rufus flash is almost done. There we go. So it finished up. When I hit close on that, I'm gonna take a look. And our Windows 10 installation flash drive is ready to go. We're going to go ahead and eject it. Go ahead and install the Intel Wi-Fi driver. Intel Bluetooth driver. We are going to update the BIOS. Improved RGB DDR compatibility. Now it says B after it, so sometimes B will mean a beta, but I don't know. Let me check on what BIOS version it was currently running. Oh, I can't because I just unplugged that one flash drive. Let me plug that one back in. EFI boot. It's running BIOS F1 03/27/2020. BIOS F1. And here it has F2. This is obviously a lot newer. Then it has F3B, which usually the B at the end means like a beta, and plus we don't really need that. So we're going to go ahead and just get the F2. And I'm going to check under utility, see if there's anything in here we need. Probably not. It's hard to understand what some of this stuff is, how they have it laid out. Norton Internet Security. Yeah, right. Okay, so that is it as far as the drivers and the BIOS. So I'm going to download an English version of the manual, PDF, just to have it. I always like that PDF version and save it on my NAS. So I have that archived. Okay, so we're done here. I will copy all those drivers and the BIOS and everything over to another flash drive. And we are going to go ahead and go back downstairs and install Windows 10. Okay, so we're back downstairs, and I have the computer ready to be installed with Windows 10. However, first thing we're going to do is we're going to update the BIOS on this system, because the way Gigabyte updates BIOSes is a little bit different than other motherboard manufacturers, where you just can run an exe, an executable, on Windows. You have to flash this from the BIOS. So what I did was I downloaded the BIOS file from Gigabyte's website, and then what you want to do is you want to extract the contents into the root directory of a FAT32 USB flash drive. So I already have the flash drive plugged in to a USB 2.0 port on the back, and we're going to boot the system and boot into the BIOS. So to do that, just turn on the computer, and we're going to rapidly press the delete key. Okay, so we're now in the BIOS. What I'm going to do is we're going to go to the QFlash utility. This is the utility in the BIOS that allows you to update the BIOS. So you can see down in the right-hand corner, you have the QFlash utility. We are going to press F8, or you can click on it. We're going to choose Update BIOS. And as you can see right here, it does see our new BIOS that we are going to update to. So you're going to want to select it. And then I think you just double click it. Yep. Are you sure you want to update BIOS? Yes. And right now it's going to verify the file. It looks like it's verified. We're going to press to start. And we are now updating the BIOS. We're almost done. As you can see up in the other corner, our current BIOS version is F1 from March 2020. So it's now going to reboot. We'll let it do that. I'm not going to press any buttons. It should, in theory, throw us back into the BIOS. If it doesn't, we will shut the computer off and go back into the BIOS and verify the new BIOS version. And it does throw us right back in the BIOS. Now, if you guys can see up in the top left-hand corner, our BIOS is now version F2. So our BIOS is indeed updated. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through and make sure everything is looking okay. It sees our Samsung 860 Pro SSD. It sees our Lighton optical drive. It sees our 16 gig of RAM. And as you can see, it's in channel A1 and B1. That's perfect. We got to change our boot sequence. Our CPU temp is 30 degrees Celsius, which that's perfect. System temp 36 degrees Celsius. That's perfect. Let's see. Intel storage rapid technology. It says off. You can probably have that on. Yeah, we can turn that. Keep it was a default on off. So smart fan in here. We can configure the fan curves, but honestly, I'll probably keep them at default. CPU fan fail is disabled because we actually don't have. When we installed the heatsink, we didn't actually install the fan on the heatsink. The TDP of this CPU is relatively low. It's about 65 watts, so we should be able to passively cool it just fine with this this heatsink. So that's not a problem. Yeah. System fan 1. Here we go. So I'm going to go through each one of these, and I'm going to make sure that they use the CPU. That is something I definitely want to do. Base it off the CPU. There we go. And we're going to press escape to go back out of that. We're going to go to advanced mode. And I'm just going to check some things. This is the tweaker. We don't need to be in the tweaker. Platform power. Power on mouse. ERP. What is ERP? Doesn't tell me. They don't have a back button. You just have to press escape, I think. Oh, nope. I/O ports. Audio controller enabled. Serial port. USB. System info. Date's correct. Boot. Okay, so for boot, I do want it to use UEFI. Numlock security option. It shows the flash drive. Huh. How do you choose the boot option? Boot. How do you choose the boot order on this? Secure view, auto. Huh. Not liking Gigabyte's layout here. Huh. It is UEFI. We're just going to save and exit. Save and exit setup. Maybe. You have to double click. Yes. Okay, so there wasn't really anything I had to change there. I'm going to go ahead and then fully turn the computer off. There we go. And what I notice is the PS2 keyboard, the num light stays on even though the computer is fully turned off, which is kind of interesting. So that might be a power option that needs to be changed in the BIOS later. So now I'm going to put in the Windows 10 USB flash drive that we wrote with Rufus. I'm going to go ahead and start the computer, and I'm going to press F12 to do the boot menu, just to ensure we're going to boot this via UEFI. That's the main important thing. So right here, UEFI SanDisk Partition 1. Maybe. We'll take a double click. Maybe. There we go. Let's see. So let's see if it's able to boot the flash drive. Okay. Okay, that's looking about right. Okay, so English, US for United States. We're going to hit next. Install now. Setup is starting. I'm also going to have to go up and get the product key. We did buy a legit product key for this. So I'm going to go get that product key, and we're going to put this product key in. Of course, it's going to be censored out. And we'll continue. Okay, so I went and got the product key. For the product key, I recommend you buy it directly from Microsoft or directly from Newegg themselves. It's a digital product key. So I will have to cut this part out, and I'll hit next. So let me go ahead and enter this in. Okay, so I entered the product key and hit next. Another thing I did do was I did plug Ethernet in before I hit next. That way, it will go ahead and activate right then and there. And I do show a link on the back of the Ethernet port. The lights are blinking, so it should, in theory, have internet connectivity. It's probably using some default driver or something to pull network connectivity. But I went ahead and plugged it in before entering the product key and hitting next. That way, hopefully, it automatically just registers and activates Windows right here and now within the installation. So we don't have to worry about later on coming back to bite us. So we're going to go ahead and accept the license terms, hit next. Custom, install Windows only. You're going to click on our Samsung A70 Pro, which is the only drive that's popping up. We're going to hit new, hit apply, hit OK. So what it's going to do is it's going to add the additional system partitions. You actually want to do this because this will add recovery tools and stuff. That way you're able to repair your Windows installation if a file gets corrupted or something. And we'll keep it on the main large drive, and we'll hit next. So now it's going to go ahead and install Windows onto our SSD from the flash drive. When you use a flash drive to install Windows, it tends to go a bit faster than using an optical disk. Okay, so Windows is going to restart. Hopefully it boots back into the SSD and not just reboots back into the flash drive. So we'll see what happens. But that was relatively quick. I'm shocked. Okay, it looks like it did pick up the SSD here. I did notice that the exhaust fan in the back spun all the way down and then spun back up, which is kind of interesting, even though the system remained on. So we should now be using our SSD in theory. I'm going to look on the front of the case and make sure our hard drive activity light is doing something and works. So I don't see any lights in the front blinking. I'm not sure where the hard drive activity light on this is. You think it'd be next to the power button? I'm going to have to look into that. Because if it's next to the power button, it wasn't blinking. It was not working. So we'll have to check that later. Of course, it's going to do another restart and do its thing. I always hate these the spinning circles. In just a moment, it says. Okay, so we're going to select the United States. United States again. Do we add second keyboard layout? No. Skip. Okay, so it's wanting us, it automatically is able to pick up our the Wi-Fi adapter that's in this, because this has built-in Wi-Fi. The reason why it shows really poor signal is because the Wi-Fi antennas aren't connected to it. So that's why it shows like next to no signal strength. That's fine. We are not going to connect via Wi-Fi. We actually have this hooked up via Ethernet, so you think it would see the Ethernet. So we're just going to say I don't have internet. Even though we do, we have it hooked up to Ethernet. Maybe I just have to hot plug it. So there's more to discover when you connect to internet. Blah, blah, blah. Continue with... Maybe if I hot plug it again. I mean, it has a link. It shows a link. Maybe it doesn't have the driver for the Ethernet, but it has a driver for the Wi-Fi. Go figure. Connect now, maybe. Yeah. Oh. Well, I'll just say I don't have internet. Continue with limited setup, even though we have Ethernet plugged in. So I'm gonna put the name of the person that owns this and hit next. So we're gonna leave the password blank for now because we can have him set a password at a later time, maybe when I'm over at his house setting this up. So we're gonna turn all this junk off and then hit accept. Do more across devices with activity history? No. Not now. Okay. This might take several minutes. I'm going to check on the front again, see if I can see a hard drive activity light blink in, see if I can find it. Okay, so there we go. Windows 10's installed. We're going to start doing the drivers and stuff. Okay, so it does not see Ethernet. Searching for display driver. Well, what we're going to do, the first thing I like to do is disable driver updates, and we're going to install just drivers straight from the vendor. So we're going to have to go into group policy and disable that. So what I did, do not include drivers with Windows updates. I enabled this. So enable this policy to not include drivers with Windows quality updates. You disable or do not configure this policy. Windows Update will include updates for a driver classification. So I do have that changed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and copy all the drivers over to a flash drive, pop that in. Actually, this should see our, yes, this does see our Windows installation flash drive. So I'm actually going to go ahead and right click and eject this. We don't need that now. So I'm going to get the driver installation flash drive ready, and we're going to install some drivers. And Hopefully I can get OBS to show that, but when you mess with drivers, OBS might not like that and crash. So we'll see what we can do. Okay, so I copied the drivers over to the flash drive. One thing I did notice is when we installed Windows 10, it did not ask me what version we wanted to have. So I need to verify that. I need to make sure that this is Windows 10 Pro. Okay, so yes, it is indeed Windows 10 Pro. Okay. All right. Connect to the internet to activate Windows. We will, of course, make sure that's done once we have a network driver installed. It's not seeing our network. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in the flash drive into a USB 2.0 port. Let's go ahead and get some of this stuff installed. So the first thing I'd like to install is, let's get OBS on here. Oh. So I can't install OBS unless I have a network driver. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. That will be the, that should be this. So actually what's the best policy is to actually copy this stuff over to, we'll just put in downloads. Just going to copy. Awesome. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to install the network drivers first. So that's going to be the Intel i225. Maybe if it runs. 7-zip setup SFX. Okay. I did something. Did it install the driver or not? Gigabyte is weird, man. Didn't pop anything up after that. Looks like it extracted something. Let me plug in an Ethernet cable. Let's see, we have networking now. Well. Huh. I don't think it's running anymore. Okay, that didn't do much. Maybe if I go into Device Manager. Yeah. Missing our Ethernet controller. Let me try to, that's the firmware. Let me extract all. Then let me run it. Run as administrator. Yes. Okay, there we go. Now it looked like it did something. Do we have networking? Yeah, we have networking now. Okay. And there's a pack. I don't know what that is. Oh. Okay, so what you gotta do is you gotta extract all these. Why do they have to put these in zips like this? It's so stupid. So stupid of them. So we have our network driver now. Let's try to install OBS. Need Visual C++. Go ahead and run that. There it is. Agree, install, yes. There we go. Now let's rerun the OBS Studio. So you need to fully extract the zip. Don't just run it from the zip. And you need to right-click Run as Administrator. I don't think OBS is even gonna boot. Well, we have audio. There we go. Okay, so we are on the computer now. I'm not sure how well OBS is going to behave with us installing drivers while it's recording. So we just installed the Intel LAN. So we do have networking now, as you guys can see down here. We do have networking, which is good. So I'm going to go ahead and I like to have the check marks. Let's turn that on. There we go. So we're going to go ahead and delete the Intel 225. There we go. So next thing we want to probably install is probably going to be, I don't know what this is. MB driver 6. See, they don't tell you what any of this stuff is, which is nice, isn't that? So we have our Realtek audio, but obviously our audio is already working right now. So let's just see what this is. It doesn't tell me. So we're just going to go ahead and extract all, extract, right click, run as administrator, yes. Oh, that's the Intel Bluetooth driver. So that's installing. So it looks like that is done. We should also probably fire up Device Manager so we can see some of these disappear as they disappear. And you can see we don't have much popping up anymore. Go ahead and I should right click Random as Administrator. That's the Intel Wi-Fi driver. Oops. Oh, we just had a screen reset. I don't know if that screwed up with the video recording or not. Okay, so OBS locked up because our graphics resized to the native resolution, 1920 by 1080. So let's go ahead and continue. Looks like we, where'd we leave off? Downloads. So I believe we already did the extensions. That was the Bluetooth driver, I believe. So we can go ahead and delete that. Next is our graphics, which I might want to hold off on that one. Let's do the INF update because that's the chipset. So Intel INF update utility. let that run. Okay. As you see, oh, there's our Realtek audio control. Hopefully that didn't mess with our audio. As you can see, there's no missing devices now. But go ahead and delete that now. Serial IO consumer. What's this? I'm going to check to make sure it's still recording audio. It is. I like how Gigabyte doesn't tell you what any of this shit is. This has been like, okay, that's the Intel management engine. These have probably been like the worst driver installs I've ever done. Okay. Delete that. We got Realtek. Intel, that's our firmware. I could do graphics. It might screw with OBS though. So let's do that later. Let's do serial next. Intel serial IO. Okay. Doesn't really tell you like, hey, I'm finished. It just, you know, just goes away. Isn't that beautiful? I'm not sure how this. What the hell is this bitching about? Well, look at all those. Let's close all these out. Let's delete that. So this does not want to extract. Good going. Well, none of this wants to. Let's cancel that. Good job, Gigabyte. I wonder if I can run it from inside the zip. Probably not. Okay, so can't do that. That's broken. Probably have to use a WinRAR or something. Intel Rapid Storage Technology. Let's go ahead and extract all. But yeah, good job in Gigabyte. Oh, finally one that actually looks like a real driver. Let's stay in AHCI mode. It did have Intel Optane, so we'll keep that. Oh, it wants me to restart right now? Oh, come on. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and stop OBS and restart. We back from a restart. Let's continue where we left off. So we installed Intel Storage Rapid Technology. Graphics, boot disk. Intel boot. What the hell is this? Don't know what that. Oh, that might be for Optane. Well, don't need that. So we have Realtek and then we have graphics. Both of these might interfere with OBS. Let's try Realtek. This might interfere with our audio. It might screw up OBS. Hopefully, we don't end up with a corrupted video file. That's the only thing I care about. Question, is it done? I don't know. Realtek audio console. Check, 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 check. Oh, we lost audio. Okay, yep, it did mess with our audio and OBS. But as you can see now, we do have a Realtek audio console. And we have line in, which that is what we're using. We're feeding a direct line in the back from the Zoom F4 for this right here. Just so I can sync up audio. But yeah, it has all the Realtek bullshit in here. Line in right here, yep. 48 16-bit information. So that is done. Now we gotta do graphics, which graphics is probably gonna fuck with OBS too. But for optimum performance, you definitely want to have graphics driver installed. Let's see what happens. If anything. No, I didn't see anything pop up or anything go crazy. Oh, here we go. Install Intel HD graphics. This might cause some problems. We will find out. I'll tell you that much. Tell you this much, it does look like our time zone's off too. I'll have to change that. Oh, our monitor and stuff restarted. I'm gonna check OBS. Yep, it did mess with our OBS, but I don't think we lost anything. So there we go. All the drivers should be installed. I am going to check Device Manager and make sure there's nothing nefarious popping up here. It's missing. Nope. Intel UHD Graphics 630. Yep. These are optical drive, default standard keyboard, monitor, network adapters. Yep. These are Intel Wi-Fi AX201. These are Intel NIC. CPU. Realtek audio, Intel display audio for HDMI and DisplayPort, storage controllers, some devices, USB, everything looks right, driver side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure, I want that exit out, there we go. We're going to empty the recycle bin. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that Windows did activate. Yep, Windows is activated. Now this isn't the product key, so don't worry about that. It says Windows is activated. So it did activate properly. That is good. We could change the desktop name and stuff, but this is a client computer. It doesn't really matter. So, awesome. Does show activated and legit. Didn't have to do anything. No weird calling in or doing anything nefarious like that. So I'm going to go ahead and eject this flash drive. We don't need that flash drive in there anymore. So the next step would be to do updates. And it says some settings are managed by your organization. That's because we did a group policy for it to not install driver updates, which driver updates can cause a lot of problems. There we go. It's already off to the races. Applying some updates. While that works, while that goes in the background, I'm going to go ahead and clean up some things right here. On his see search. Unpin this, unpin this, unpin this. OBS is running. Oh yeah, we got OneDrive. Hopefully we can uninstall that shit. Our time zone might need to be changed. I'll have to do that in settings. We can clear all these notifications out. Oh. Okay, your device needs to restart to do updates. But it's still downloading, so don't tell us to restart yet. We're still downloading. Why aren't the start button working? Come on, Windows 10. Oh, it does see our Bluetooth now. Go ahead and close OneDrive. I noticed that sometimes the start button just does not work on Windows 10. Isn't that great? We'll let these updates finish, and then we'll go from there. I guess I could also install Chrome while we're at it. Maybe. Okay, so it looks like Chrome is installed. Go ahead and then also put Firefox on here. Always recommend to have them both on here. It is going to be slow. That's installing. I'm going to go ahead and check some settings on Chrome. I'll go ahead and set some default settings on Chrome that I always set. Looks like Firefox finished installing. I'm not sure if it's going to open. I think it just installs. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, it was already going to install. One thing I do want to turn off is DNS over HTTP. The time defaults to Pacific. We are in Eastern, so I'm going to go ahead and change that. Start button doesn't want to work. Leave it to Microsoft, right? System, devices, personalization, apps. Oh, here we go. Wonder if I can install OneDrive. Let's get rid of that garbage. Nobody wants that garbage on their computer. Goodbye. OneNote. Keep OneNote. People can't install that. So I'm just going to go through these and uninstall shit that we don't need on here. It's just a bunch of junk. Yeah, I kind of got to keep the calculator. Camera, well, can't install it. Cortana, can't install it. Feedback Hub, we don't install that. Get help. Can't uninstall that. That's stupid. Groove music. We're gonna uninstall that. We'll put stuff on here. We'll put NPC so he can play obviously music and videos if he has those on here. Our Intel stuff, we'll keep that. Mail and calendar. I can probably uninstall it. It's junk. Doesn't need that. He's using Yahoo Mail, so he'll probably just do everything on the web anyway. Microsoft Edge, can't install that. Solitaire, yes. Get rid of that junk. Microsoft Store, no. Mixed reality, virtual portal, remove that. Using TVs, uninstall. Firefox, OBS. We'll install OBS later. And it comes with Office, but it's going to be like a trial thing. So I don't want him to think that he has Office and then accidentally comes back and invites us. So actually, let's remove that stuff because these things are usually trials. You have to pay for them. Can't install people. I think that's stupid. Photos, we'll keep that. Realtek Audio. Skype. Don't you love how they just throw that on there by default? That's a good program to have. Sticky notes, tips. Remove that. You can keep voice recorder. That's fine. Weather. Keep those. Xbox. It's funny, they let you uninstall Xbox, but they don't let you uninstall Xbox Game Bar. I think that's so stupid. Of course, there is ways to get around that, but officially, I like to go through here and clean that up. Is it installed yet? Almost. Oh, here we go. So right now, everything is pending restart. So I'm going to go ahead and restart the computer, and we'll catch you back and we'll check again. Okay, so we're back. Restarted, and hey, the start menu works again. I don't know why it does that. It seems the start menu bugs up sometimes, especially when you're doing Windows updates. I noticed that in my VM, it does the same thing. You click on the start button, or even press the start button on your keyboard, it doesn't fucking respond. That is so stupid. So now we're just gonna clean up his start menu here. Maybe. Well, let me right click. It won't let me right click on those. Oh, Spotify. I didn't even see that in the options. Okay, there we go. Now if you look, a little bit cleaner now, right? Yes. Alarms and clock. Awesome. So now we're going to check updates again. I'm going to hit check for updates. Because sometimes when you first do it, it doesn't catch them all. So we just got to make sure it doesn't show any more updates. See? See how it shows some more updates? So we'll let those download. And now I'm going to go to the control panel and see if there's anything in control panel for programs that need to be uninstalled. And we're good. We'll have to uninstall OBS later. And for other apps that need to be installed, Foxit Reader, so you can read PDFs, MPC, so you can play audio and video files. So we'll make sure that's good. Oh, look at that. So I'm gonna click that again, make sure it doesn't bitch anymore. And you may have heard the furnace kicking on, being noisy. Good. We're all up to date on when it comes to Windows updates. All the drivers are installed. Time zone set. We cleaned up this as much as we can. It's stupid. You can't uninstall certain things like people and dumb shit. Just stupid. That's what it is. It's just stupid. So we're gonna get Foxit reader. So he can view PDFs. Foxit reader. There's the free one. Yeah. We just want the standard free version. And it's a little bit slow today, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Oh, goodness. We'll also want Media Player Classic. Nitrite download? Yes. I don't recommend using this app. I actually just recommend just to look at it to list programs that like, oh, I forgot we need to get that program. So as far as web browsers, Chrome and Firefox, he's not going to be torrenting. Oh yeah, we should put WinRAR on here. Messaging, he doesn't need. He's probably doesn't need any of that. Evernote, Google Earth, Steam, no. Media, we will be installing Klight Codepack, so that should take care of him. Doesn't need Audacity. I don't know if he uses Spotify or not. Java, throw Java on there. TeamViewer, I should throw TeamViewer on there. Go ahead and install Klight Codepack. We'll just do normal. Yep. We'll just stick with defaults. And this shouldn't mess with OBS. It might because it's codecs. I'll have to check. Looks fine to me. Yep. Okay, so WinRAR. Forgot about that. So WinRAR is installed. We got our web browsers, WinRAR. What else did I say he might need? If he has an iPhone, you want to have iTunes on here so his iPhone can talk to it. Yeah, we might as well throw iTunes on here too for that. Java. I don't think he's going to need image burn. I don't think he's going to be burning any CDs or doing anything like that. Imaging, Paint.net is nice to have if you're editing photos, but he's not going to. iFrame View is nice to have, but he can use the default Windows photo viewer. Foxit Reader, we do have that. I don't think he has any of these. Security, just stick to the default Windows one. That's all you need. He doesn't need any of these. There we go. So as far as software, Java and TeamViewer. And I'm gonna wait for these to download. So iTunes has fully downloaded. Go ahead and install it. It's good to have this just in case you have a iPhone or whatever that you need to connect to your computer. As far as the hard drive activity light, like I said, I've looked on the front of this and I do not see any lights blinking unless I'm blocking my view. So we're gonna have to go back and look at that front panel header, or I'm gonna have to look at the look up this case and see if it has a hard drive activity light and where it's at. So iTunes is done. Foxit Reader looks like their server or their CDN is pretty slow. So let's get TeamViewer on here. There we go. Let's go ahead and default installation. Yes, yes, yes. Accept. There's TeamViewer installed. Looking good. About looks good. Let's go into options. Make sure this doesn't start on startup. That's my only thing that I care about. I don't think it does. Yeah, I don't know where it's at. I'll have to look for it later. So open up Task Manager. Of course, OBS using a little bit of our CPU. Oh, that's another thing. Power options. Power plan. Here we go. High performance. Turn off display 15 minutes. That's fine. Sleep never. I also recommend whenever you have a Samsung SSD to install Samsung Magician, but I'm not going to do it on this computer. I don't want to confuse the customer. USB selective suspend. I think you disable that. I'm not sure. Let's set this to 50. So it can downclock. That way, when he's not at his computer, the CPU will downclock to 50, and that should keep it cooler. Yeah. Keep it at that. That way the CPU will downclock, which you want to do when this computer's sitting idle or you're not using your computer, but you keep it on. It'll downclock the CPU, and that will keep thermals down and keep noise and stuff down on the fans as well. You highly want to do that when you have a laptop. So we look at startup. We do see the iTunes helper. That's fine. Realtek. So TeamViewer does not start on startup, which is good. Performance shows our i5 10400. We're currently clocked at 4 gigahertz. Not too bad. 6% utilization. I always like to change this to show, logic processors. Our RAM, we have 16 gig of RAM. It's running at 2666, so not too shabby. We have our SSD, our Samsung 860 Pro, 512 gig. Ethernet, we have our Intel i225-V. Looks good to me. Our GPU, Intel UHD graphics 630, which is going to be sufficient for, his application. That's another reason why 16 gig of minimal, is because if you use onboard RAM, you want to have some RAM for the GPU as well. So this will definitely serve him very well. Come on, Foxit Reader. But yeah, I'd say we're pretty much going to wrap this build up. I don't think there's anything else we really need to do on it. It should be pretty good. Another thing I like to change. It's not in here. It would be in here. So I like to change this to do nothing. Because people are like, well, if you on like a VoIP call, all your volume on everything else gets lowered. You're like, what the hell happened? I always change that. I also like to set no sounds, but we'll keep sounds. Okay. Microphone, that will be the front microphone. I could probably test that later. Probably have a little 3.5 mil stereo mix. Okay. And yeah, it's going to show your monitor because, as you're aware, DisplayPort and HDMI can also carry audio if your monitor has like a little built-in speaker. A lot of them do. TeamViewer's done. Java. Forgot. Gotta download Java. Can't forget about that. And Java beat Foxit too. Yeah, their CDN is... whatever CDN they're using is crap. Installing Java. That was fast and efficient. Let's install Foxit. While that does that, I'm going to go into settings, wipe out all of our browsing data or download and everything. There we go. We go to downloads. Downloads list. We want to clear this out too. Accept. Next. Shell extensions. Yeah. I didn't check that because most browsers have a PDF viewer right in them. So. We'll let that install. There we go. Let's go ahead and wipe all this stuff out in here. And documents, pictures. There's anything in here. I don't think they have default stuff like they did on Windows Windows 7, how they had the default pictures and shit. Maybe they figured that was goofy. I always think it was. Okay, so that is going to wrap up this build. This build is pretty much done. I will fully uninstall OBS after I'm done recording. And I think that wraps up this build. I think this build is ready for prime time. So anyway, guys, thanks for watching.